Hello there. Welcome to OGP 21. This one is about matches from our childhood. The ones that we watched, or stuff that's close to what we watched when we were right young. And, where's my football? Where's my football?
Hello, friends.
Cuckoo Gaga.
Hey, Mr. White. Mr. White, what's that noise? Mr. White, what are you doing? Mr. White, no, Mr. White, this isn't what? Mr. White, what's that? Oh, Mr. White, you're gonna show us the inner workings of your giant fan? Mr. White, that doesn't sound wise. Mr. White, what are you doing? We need a doctor! Mr. White, that's not wise! Mr. White, please don't. Mr. White, where are you going? Mr. White, are you there? Mr. White, what's that?
Josh, that was not wise.
Cuckoo Gaga. Crap my nappy.
Can't wait for the weekend. Well, I need the ball. If I don't get the ball, I will die.
I've defecated my pants and require a change of diaper.
Inquiring about a nappy change. Can we schedule that in for the next 15 minutes?
As per my last email, I need a diaper change.
I have shit and piss all over my body.
Well, I gotta give props to you. Your baby cry actually, attempted to impersonate like an actual cry. I was just kind of going like, "Wah," like I am Wario.
Yeah, I am actually weirdly good at that.
So yes, we were all babies at one point, audience.
Yeah.
Don't we all remember? And so, what was happening when we were a baby? Well, we were all watching the grappling, and we have many matches picked out here that represent our childhoods, those formative memories of the pro wrestling in our childhoods and whatnot, adolescence and stuff. And so here we are. We've got all these selections here. How hard was it for you personally to formulate your list?
So it was kind of tricky because there's stuff that's very that I witnessed very early in my fandom and stuff that was very formative to my taste that comes from shows that I might like to cover individually one day, like Judgment Day 2004.
Yes.
Lots of SmackDown 2004 would be good shit for me to really dive into. So I not so much cheated, but yeah, I bended the rules of the thing. I don't think I saw all these matches when I was like 12.
Yeah, like
but it's from people that I understood, I saw connected with me in some way.
You went for like the sort of like broad stroke thing of like this represents a memory that I have generally. I had like the thing of like I remember seeing this match and then this match and then this match.
Yeah, you've very much got more of a like photographic memory of that stuff, I think.
yeah, absolutely.
Mine's a bit of a blur.
Plenty of variety here, at least with yours. I mean, like I already told you this, but I feel like yours represents like a much more rich sort of like grappling history. Like like you were around like watching Bryan Danielson. Meanwhile, my big memory is like, oh, Undertaker goes to no contest. So
I mean, hey, there's lots of important Undertaker no contest for me as well. And like Booker T was like finding dirt from a graveyard and shit.
Oh yes. Yeah, I always remember there's this like thing that's like really imprinted on my brain forever, and it's like me watching SmackDown 2004, and it pops up, Undertaker will be in action. I was like, oh, against who?
It doesn't matter. I could have gone for Undertaker versus the Dudleys, where he kills Paul Bearer for no reason.
Yeah.
But that is also like a pretty interesting show in itself, the Great American Bash.
Do you remember? Because like this is a video that's just on YouTube now, but I'm sure I remember this like from somewhere else back in the day, because it couldn't have possibly been like WWE.com or something like that. The video of him rehearsing that Undertaker.
Yeah, I think I saw that back in the day, and I was very confused.
Yes. Where he's doing the like, I'm sorry, Paul, it has to be this way, and then just starts being Mark Calloway in jeans. I don't know how I found that, because like I say not on WWE.com because I feel like I was the extent of my internet usage back in the day, you know. So I don't know where I found that necessarily.
Yeah, it must have made its way on like the forums and stuff.
Yeah, I think so. And
I was a demon on the TNA forums.
yeah. Yes, it's interesting because like for me, like being someone who was basically drafted into the pro wrestling wars basically from birth, I don't know what I thought wrestling was as far as like being real or fake. You know what I mean? And so it's like you know, my dad, even in my infant years, was raising me to be a rational human being. And so, like, surely I could not, like, think to myself, like, oh, the Undertaker is this undead demon who is actually participating in athletic competition. But it's like, it's like Santa Claus, you know? Like, you see this evidence to the opposite, and it's as if, like, your infant brain is like, oh, okay. Anyway, you know, I'll just keep on thinking this is real, you know?
Yeah, I definitely knew that it was like fake and stuff, but I was kind of like, they must be using ketchup for the blood. They can't really be hitting each other in the head with chairs, because if you do that, you will die. I remember I got like fucking bounced into on the playground in primary school.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Like, obviously, I don't remember much, but I went to hospital. I must have been concussed or something.
Yeah.
And when I got back to health, I was like, I almost died. I should have died. I don't think anyone told me that. It's just like, oh yeah, I received a knock to the head, so it's a miracle that I'm here. Really.
Wow.
My first memory of anything to do with wrestling is this kid in the playground trying to do pedigree to me. But he didn't realize it needed sort of my cooperation. So he just sort of like jumped and his balls landed on my head.
Oh man. What was wrestling pretty big in your school? Like among your chums at school?
I was like started going to primary school 97, so I reckon the second and third year of it, people would be saying attitude era stuff all the time, and that I was always like, I had I think it was SmackDown 2 for the PS1, but I think even before that I knew like of like The Rock and Kane, Taker, Steve Austin.
Yeah.
And then I played some of the PS2 games, and then it's like by the time I start watching it on television, I'm like, oh shit, that's Val Venus as seen on Know Your Role.
So I started nursery in 2003, and I remember like it's an odd thing because obviously like it would be the early 2000s, but there'd be enough stuff like we'll get to later. I had like VHS tapes of older stuff, and also I remember in nursery like can't remember even who it was, but like I think it might be even one of the teachers. It just gave me like 3 figures of wrestlers, and it was those ones where I can't remember. I think it was the early Jack Pacific ones where like they had like rubber arms. I remember I had this one Undertaker doll where like the head wasn't fastened on, so you could pull it out, and there was just this fucking like unsafe dirty spike on it. So if I wanted to work a bit, so I had
toys
that
became woke.
Yeah. You could just remove it. And like I think the toys were definitely a really like important thing for it. Like I'm just thinking as well, like when I was in like primary 1, did you ever have golden time at your school?
What's that?
Golden time was when you could play with your toys. And I remember having that, and like, so I would have brought in my wrestling figures, and I'm sure other people did too, because I would. There's been plenty of times, like at least more than once, where I've been very jealous of people having wrestling toys I didn't have, and I think one such thing was like they had this Undertaker with that like had like the ponytail, the American Badass ponytail. It's like I don't want American Badass ponytail, and that is actually how I learned some vocabulary because this was an O2 era taker, and so it said on the back, "A decade of destruction," and like 6-year-old me was like, "What does that mean?" And my teacher told me a decade is 10 years, and I was like, "Oh, I am now a loaded adult now, thanks to this."
Yeah, I also had Figure Fed going. I collected them for a couple of years. I would get my mom to buy any old shit that was lying around. I remember, I think the box is still in the attic with all the figures in there. I remember I had like Brutus the Barber Beefcake Legends Edition. I'd never even seen that con. I was like, "Who's this?"
Yeah.
Could I have it?
Yeah, like that like initial wave of like the Jakks Classic Superstars is a real sweet spot for me. Do you remember the Andre they did for that first wave, where like it was him? It was basically an Andre head on the Big Show.
Yeah, he was only slightly bigger than the rest of the figures, right?
Yeah,
Like
and he had they had like wrist tape and knee pads.
Yeah, I think I had that one.
Yeah.
My main guy in my Figure Fed was Johnny Stamboli with a melted stomach.
Yes, I remember that. I remember you telling me about that. Yeah.
The first time I had access to a lighter, I just melted the shit out of his stomach. I guess that gave him a backstory or something. It's like, I've been through it. He fought in that hellacious melted stomach match.
Like, I was reminded of this recently because, like, I finally just got like a big box to put all my old toys in. Like, I used to try and get creative, and like my main idea creatively when I was like 7 was like, I think this guy should have a beard, but I also only had like blue markers. So like, I have this Kurt Angle figure that just has to have a blue face. Fucking as far as like school, I do remember like I manufactured toys before. I remember like one time we had this like idea to try and do a Royal Rumble, where like it'd be a couple of us gathered up, we'd be on a wee like sort of like patio bit of the playgrounds, so they'd be like scrapping basically, and I can't remember if they were like really into it ever. But what I would do is I would like go a few paces away and go 3, 2, 1. Oh my god, it's Scotty Too Hotty, and then I'd run in, and then I'd jump back out and go 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's Funaki coming down the ramp.
just like ignoring the scrap.
Yeah. And then like one of the ladies in high vis came over, and I remember like so she got everyone into trouble, and I remember she like motioned me over, and I went, "I'm sorry," and she went, "Okay, you can go." So I was spared whatever punishment there was for the Royal Rumble. But yeah, there's definitely like it's almost like like 2003, 2004, like the grappling will not be as popular as it was when you were in school, but there was definitely some there, at least a wee bit, enough to like kind of sustain.
Yeah, by the time I actually started watching wrestling on TV, it was pretty fucking uncool. Like everyone just it just completely run its course with people, apart from like 3 or 4 people, all of whom I befriended pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Because we had to stick together.
Yeah, it was so unpopular. You could dream of showing your copy of SVR 2011 in public.
Yeah.
So, your first pick for your childhood matches takes us to jolly old England for our second ever trip across the pond to Insurrextion 2003. And wow, what a what fate it is that here again we see Test beset upon by the woman.
Yeah, he's absolutely livid with this woman for unexplained reasons, but we know why.
Yeah, so late 2002, Stacy Keibler sees Test and goes, "You want me to be your manager? Get the hell away from me!" And that's the story.
Yeah.
And
this is the first entry of the Scott Steiner versus Test feud. This one's special refereed by Pal Penis.
Yeah. Pal Penis in the house in ref shirt. I'm assuming this is to kind of pop the Attitude Era Newcastle crowds who are like, "Oh, remember him from the WWF," because he's not been doing shit.
Yeah.
And they showed this video package for Test versus Scott Steiner, where Test he and Stacey were doing good as a testicle duo, but suddenly Test has become chauvinistic and perhaps even misogynistic, where Booker T go for baseball slide to him and he pulls Stacey in front. Oh, how terrible! And I do think they peel off each other pretty well. Stacey, very angry face, and then Test, people don't really talk about Test much as a charismatic guy, and maybe it wouldn't work that much outside of this specific sort of storyline. But I thought he was really good as a guy going big faces "It's far from over," very very funny sort of thing.
Yeah.
And Steiner's there to save her. Yeah.
I've included this in my list, not because I saw it when it happened or any of their matches, but because the first time I remember flicking through the channels and actually sitting and watching wrestling for 5 minutes, it was during this feud. And Big Papa Pump with his biceps. I was like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
That's not how a person is supposed to look. Once it was revealed that they were fighting over the services of Stacy Keibler, my 11-year-old mind was like, "Yep, makes sense. Speaks to me."
And it's so weird. So we both first experienced Scott Steiner for his WWE run, which feels like the weirdest possible way to first see him. It's it's very often the case. You see it to a lesser extent with Ric Flair or something like that, where these performers who are just so expressive and memorable, they just get into this incredibly scripted sort of environment, and it's just not the same. It definitely wasn't for Steiner. I think whenever you see him in this run, there's a Steiner in there that's trying to break out. You can see it whenever he talks shit to the refs, but he can't do it. He can't tell someone to fuck off. And it's unfortunate.
He pretty much just had that debut at Survivor Series, right?
Yeah. Give me a fucking break.
Dropping F-bombs and that, good stuff. But I didn't watch WCW until the WWE Network was a thing.
Yeah,
just completely passed me by. I knew some kids who had some of the figures of Hogan and Goldberg and stuff, and that's about all I knew about it.
Yeah. It's unfortunate because I was born in 1998, and my first memories would be around 2000. So I remember my dad telling me that there was WCW on TV still over here in the UK, but I I must have either never watched it or just literally never was cognizant of it ever. And like I think I told you about this when we were doing Road Wild. Like for me, the WCW Thunder video game would have been like a big thing of like, oh, there is this other grappling with different ring and sounds, which like constitutes a lot of my sort of knowledge. But yeah, Steiner outside of this environment in a new scary environment against Test.
Obviously, I think this is the final UK exclusive pay-per-view that they ever did, right?
I think so. Yeah.
So we get that trick that we noticed in the Capital Carnage episode, where the video package is showing stuff, like it's showing stuff for the actual match with stakes at Bad Blood.
Yes.
Which is what the Americans are getting. Brits, you get Pulpy North instead.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I love how the video package ends with Eric Bischoff going, okay, at Bad Blood, it's you versus Test for Stacey's services. And JR just goes, well, that's a Bad Blood. What about tonight? Fuck all tonight, JR. Fuck all. And then Palapinas comes out, hello, ladies. And then JR goes, hello, ladies. Nice.
I think he missed the opportunity to say, hello, birds.
Yeah. So then he introduces the special ring announcer, Stacey, who is Lego-licious. And then Stacey, like, she's pretty good again in this role. She just goes like, introducing first the man who intentionally got me kicked in the face, my ex-boyfriend, Test. And Test shake his head at this intro. They don't have it at this point, but they make a wonderful Titantron for Test later on, where it's like, you know, it's like his sort of matchup graphic of him flexing, and then it's also Stacey looking very angry that she's with Test.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he goes for a kiss, but Stacey refuses him. And you know, it's treatment like this that turns a guy gay, I tell you what. And then here comes Steiner, Stacey real into him. And like, you know, it is really sad every time. If this was WCW, Steiner would be coming out here saying like, oh, you know, Stacey knows what it's like to be with the purple demon. But instead, he is just here doing nothing. Doing match. Very sad. As ever, what leads to the fall of many great men is Steiner. He holds ropes open for Stacey and she does sexy butt shake. Oh. And he goes, leave the ring one more time. Oh, I'm so close. Oh. But then Test stompy him. Ugh. Can't believe it.
Yeah, even JR is like, oh, come on. I have to see it again.
Yeah, Test is up to start this one. He's doing trash talking a lot in that Canadian accent of his. I'm twice the man he is. And so it's like the whole idea is that, you know, Test did hire Stacey as like a branding officer or something of that nature, a manager. And so, just because she does not have the hots for him anymore doesn't mean she can skip it on the contract. And so that means that Tess can grab Val Venus's towel and cover Stacey up. And then he points at a Newcastle native and goes, that's for me to see, not you.
JR is absolutely seething that Test wrestles while wearing an earring. It's one of those things that you could tell actually, like, legit gets to him.
Oh, yeah. I love when so Tess gets a sleeper hold on, and JR during this rest hold is just explaining, the sleeper hold it cuts off the carotid artery, it cuts off the oxygen to the brain, and then the camera cuts to Stacey's face and Lola goes, oh. And then Stacy, she looks Test right in his eyes and takes off the towel. And this is an act of defiance that Newcastle respects. And then Steiner takes advantage from here on in, chops and hammers in the corner. Again, he is the babyface, but it's impossible for him to not argue with the ref. He's just like barking at Palapinos. It's pretty good. So then he goes for he goes up for the 10 punches. He only does 3 though. The crowd's like, oh, but then the crowd will not be disappointed for long because Tess hits the Colossus.
Yeah,
I can't believe it. The Colossus.
And then he went up and he did 10 diving headbutts.
And then after headbutt number 11, he goes for the cover. He puts his feet on the ropes. Val sees it, then counts 2 and goes, "Hey, what are you doing with the feet on that rope?" And then this argument leads to Val shoving him into a roll-up. Eventually, Test shoves Steiner into Stacy, and he hits him with a really good big boot, like a proper signature Test big boot, before doing push-ups to mock Steiner, who does push-ups. Test decides to get a steel chair. Val says, "I will DQ you," and then Test raises the chair. I'm gonna hit with chair. I'm gonna. Oh, thank you, Stacey, for grabbing chair. She took a bit. And then, tell me what you think about Scott Steiner's WWE finisher of Rivers STO.
Yeah, that's a strange one. What would he have used in his late WCW run?
I'm pretty sure he always finished off with the Steiner recliner. I can't remember how many times I've seen him like do a finisher and then pin in WCW. He should have done the Steiner screwdriver.
Yeah, it's just a strange run for him all around. Yeah, the match is, it's all right. I expected maybe a few more ways.
Yeah. The crowd was quite respectful considering standards later on. But yeah, they were very happy to see Stacy Keibler and Scott Steiner who triumph here. And does he get the contractual terms of Stacy Keibler bad blood? I don't think so. I'm trying to remember. I don't think so. And then
I know that it ends up with going with Steiner, and then he also becomes abusive misogynist.
That's right. Yes. Yes, he joined up as a team, and then Scott is quietly released from the WWE.
Yeah, they just can't help it.
It's the same as do you remember you ever remember that like romance between Viscera and Lillian Garcia?
Is that in the middle of when Charlie Haas knocked her off the apron?
So that was going on when Charlie Haas did that, and they made it into a storyline of like Viscera getting revenge on Charlie Haas, but then Viscera fucking murks Lily Garcia and shakes hands with Charlie Haas. Oh, we're a tag team now.
I suppose there's an SPR07 storyline like that as well, probably.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. So yeah, like a memory that we can never forget, especially not in our impressionable age of like 6 or 2. And now we move on to the next year in 2004, Sunday Night Heat, which
let's go.
Yup, like was Sunday Night Heat something that you often found yourself like watching?
Yeah, because we were kind of poor, so we didn't have like Sky Sports, which is what Raw would air on.
Yeah.
We had Sky One, so you could get like Heat, Velocity, Bottom Line, and an edited SmackDown that cuts to a random crowd shot whenever there's like a weapon shot.
Yes!
Or Cena calls someone gay.
Yes! Yes, absolutely. Like,
So
man,
yeah, if it wasn't for like Todd Grisham recapping me on the Bottom Line and stuff, I would have never known what happened on Chris Jericho's The Highlight Reel.
yes, I'm sure I've talked about this with like other UK people before. Like Bottom Line and Afterburn are literally I don't think many people would ever say that, because you know, like Bottom Line and Afterburn, they're just Raw and SmackDown. They just say like, I watched Raw and SmackDown. They never just say like, oh, I really like that Bottom Line episode. But that was the vehicle through which we would see all this. And
I was thinking last night, like, did these like C shows and like recap shows even like serve a purpose to the pause anymore? Probably don't. Really.
Yeah, it's a good question. Like, especially because you know, like these sort of like hours
You
of
could
TV
just go on
that
YouTube and check out like highlights of everything that happened on Raw.
yeah. Like I always remember too. I found this redundant back in the day because I'm talking like 2010 here. They'd have Bottom Line, they'd have Afterburn, but then they'd also have Experience, which was Raw and SmackDown. It's like, what the hell is this for? Yeah, I definitely like watched some Heat as well. I remember like because my mother would get me to go to church when I was a child, but my dad, being an atheist, would stay at home and tape Sunday Night Heat for me so I could come back to Palpinas.
Classic. So yeah, this one is Lance Storm versus Steven Richards. I actually, for years, thought it was Lance Storm versus Palpinas. Kind of just remembered the Lance Storm aspect.
Yeah.
But no, it's Steven Richards. I chose this one because I remember this is the match where I had my first sort of smarky thought. It would have been seeing Lance Storm here and thinking like, oh, he can wrestle.
Yeah.
He should win title. And you know, so apparently I was smart enough to play Booker in my mind, but not smart enough to grasp that this was Lance Storm's farewell from the company.
Yeah. Like, man, that's interesting because like it makes sense. Like, obviously, like that nowadays, if we watch a Lance Storm match, we can identify like, oh yeah, good war car. But like, I have a feeling like, especially because like, you know, back in the day, like for us as children, we would have seen Lance Storm like just be booked like an absolute piece of shit, right? Like Austin sleeping during his fucking matches. Like, you're not really given the opportunity to even like let into your mind the idea like, oh, he's technical wrestler, you know? So like this would be like the one time you'd be like, hey, look at this guy.
This probably would. In fact, I'm pretty sure it would have been the first time that I'd actually seen him. I started watching like right after WrestleMania 20.
Oh, right, yeah.
Would have been one of the like first wrestling shows I got to watch. Really, this episode of Heat.
Wow.
I probably would have taken my thoughts about pushing Lance to the internet and be like, people would be like, "You left the company, you twat, and you've got no charisma." And you know what? I still haven't seen that much Lance Storm since. It's just I just associate him with this Heat match now.
Also a good memory to associate him with. The Saddle Dome in Calgary, Alberta, and he comes out and gets like a epic pop, and Al Snow and Todd Grisham on commentary are like, "Wow, epic pop."
Yeah, so this is this is an extremely quiet rip. If you go to find this on YouTube, just incredibly quiet audio, but you could still tell that he's getting like proper good reception.
Yeah,
Al Snow's like, I knew that they would come one day.
Fucking piece of shit. Al Snow, really terrible to hear him at all, and his smart ass sense of humor. Anyway, Stevie Richards is here, and he is the general manager of Stevie Night Heat. He has the trunks, Stevie Night Heat, on his bum. I was I was listening to him talk about this whole run because like for years I've heard about it as like just this like saying of like, oh, nobody knew he was running the show behind their back and stuff. But then like I was listening to him talk about it, and just man, like it's one of those things like him talking about WWE generally makes you think it's like, man, fucking WWE sucks. This sounds like a terrible place to work. Just
yeah.
Hearing about this thing where like, oh, yeah, we would just like everybody would be in on it, it'd be this fun little thing, and then Stephanie McMahon saw it and decided to take me off TV for 4 months. Ugh, pretty bad. But we have it here where Stephen Richards comes out. He points at the commentary booth, and Al Snow is like, oh, he's asking who's that? He's talking about you, Todd. You better watch out, or you shall be fired by the GM, Stephen Richards. And I think, haha, that's nice.
Stevie, he must have like taken like his output on this show more seriously than most.
Yeah,
Proper
yeah,
pride going into it that you probably don't get from a lot of them.
yeah, yeah.
Iconic theme of Jim Johnston, just like Stevie saying the line and then.
Yup, classic.
Nothing to it, but it rules.
Classic. It's funny you mentioned about like him taking it seriously, because like something I've heard him say like multiple times before. It's like he tells a story of like when he worked Chris Jericho on a heat, and how Chris Jericho would talk to him like, oh, it's great, just being down here in heat, I don't have to worry about having a good match. I can just kind of go out there, and it doesn't really matter whether the match is good or not.
Yeah.
And that would piss Stevie off a bit. But
people still see it. Think of the pause in the UK.
Exactly. So yeah, he's running around here, calling himself the general manager, has Stevie Night Heat on his bum, and Vince McMahon has no fucking clue because he does not care about Sunday Night Heat. That's great. And so Lance Storm, working babyface here, is quite charming because sure enough the Lance does not have much charisma, so he will like. He starts off doing some fancy rope work to get out of a wrist lock, and you think of the great baby faces, like Eddie Guerrero would do like the Shugle or this and that. Lance Storm, arm raise, I'm winner. Very good.
When I was watching this back, I did wonder if my thoughts of like, oh, you can actually wrestle, would have been at all influenced by the Al Snow line saying, oh, check that out, a wrestling move. Like a sarky fucking prick. But I hope not. I hope that I was just dazzled by the impressive wrestler.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he goes for a big delayed vertical suplex for a close two, and then his fire is cut off in a very nice way. Stevie, like he's up the top, and Stevie drags him off to screw up his arm. And then the crowd immediately, Stevie sucks. And then he goes, USA! For big boos. And then, so obviously they're in Canada, but they are Americans. So they start talking about, Al Snow goes, oh, Canada, it's like living above a big party that you're just not invited to. Yeah, I'd love to be in a party with Al Snow. So then Lance, he's in an arm hold, he gets out of it, but then Stevie, he boots the bad arm, but then Lance drop kicks him, and Lance now literally fighting with one arm.
Ricardo drop kick, mate.
Yeah, got really good height on it. And he's literally like fighting with one arm, just like hitting elbow chops with one arm, and then It reminded me of like when Ken Shamrock did that straight jacket match, just like a really big leg lariat with no arms involved, and then Stevie cuts him off again with the divorce court, and Al Snow says, "I have experienced that."
Great. Yeah, Lance is really feeling himself. Surely his comebacks never look this great usually.
I can't imagine so. No.
There's just something. There's got to be something stirring in him, you know.
Yeah.
I imagine he can't have worked many matches as a face in WWE.
Oh no, I can't. Yeah. I really kind of thought so. Like,
I don't even know if they like, because right. So he's in the Alliance in 01,
yeah,
Un-Americans 02, pwned by Steve Austin in 03. Maybe he gets some kind of like turn on one of the C shows.
He dances.
Or maybe they're just like
he becomes a dancing man.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
yeah, I remember.
Yeah, so I need to see what the dancing man Lance Storm is like. Maybe it's just like this.
Finally, he's showing his charisma. He's having fun.
Yeah,
he's gonna get released in 2 months.
And so then Lance comes back. He rolls through for the single leg crab, and Steven Richards taps out. Big win over the GM of Stevie Night Heat. And the last word on Lance Storm as a full-time WWE wrestler. He goes up top, and Todd Grisham says, "Lance Storm!" And then you cut away.
Todd Grisham, of course, the master of just saying a wrestler's name with a full stop at the end.
Oh, absolutely. Incredible.
But yeah, I love this match. It's a real, like, it's almost like an alternate universe match.
Yeah,
where
yeah.
Storm's like a top guy. Yeah, I think it's a genuine C-show classic, forgotten by almost everybody.
Yeah, I think, especially with this sort of environment, like the C-show just being this thing where you, with very limited sort of like frame, you tuck in these little things that, like, you know, just mean something to you, you know, where like you can explore your character, or you know, in this case, like give a guy like his flowers before he goes off. Like, yeah, it's a very nice thing that, like, you should want your C-shows for. So good stuff. Now it's about time to go to the Wrestling Channel.
Yeah, go watch this fucking Sky Channel number 427. We'll never forget those digits.
Oh,
it's the Wrestling Channel. Holy fuck. These guys are hitting each other for real. Yeah, I've probably mentioned this channel on other episodes. Very important to the shaping of my taste. Because there was a channel in the UK that only lasted for a few years, but it was the right few years for me, that featured like ROH, TNA, CZW, and fucking stuff from Japan and World of Sport. But that was mostly just focused on ROH and TNA, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm trying to think when I first learned of Ring of Honor. I think it was when when CM Punk came to ECW. I have this memory of like going on to like an ROH website, and I'm sure it had like the original logo still, which would be weird because it was like 2006, so maybe it was like some like archive thing of it. But yeah, I remember seeing it and just like there's a great sort of like intrigue to like finding other wrestling, and I think it's because of like you know how like on an island WWE tries to be, or at least tried to be back then. So like when you found like new wrestlers, like, oh shit, am I really supposed to see this? You know, and I never really like watched a whole much of it. Like as we'll get to, like I learned back when I got back into wrestling about like a bit more about Ring of Honor, like Bryan Danielson and stuff. But like I don't think I ever watched it until I just like became a big boy and started watching like non WWE stuff in general. So we come on to 2004 here, the survival of the Fittest tournament. So this is the last show that Cage Match documents with the original Ring of Honor logo. But when you watch the matches, watch the show itself, it is the non-original ROH logo. So yeah, Stringer, up on the Stringer.
Sort it out.
So when you were watching ROH on the Wrestling Channel, do you remember Gabe Sapolsky commentary?
Not really. I remember just being focused on certain guys like Low-Key and Samoa Joe,
Right,
Jack
yeah.
Evans, who we see here, of course.
Definitely a lot of guys to capture the imagination. We are used to Gabe Sapolsky's pseudonym of Chris Lovey. But in 2004, Chris Lovey is dead. Long live Jimmy Bauer, the edgier Gabe Sapolsky.
Yeah, but possibly less psychic, but he makes up for it with just in-your-face attitude.
Oh,
so yeah, this is Bryan Danielson. This is Jack Evans. So Jack Evans was obviously just fucking instantly unforgettable at this time. You know, you see him once and he's gonna leave an impression.
Oh yeah.
Just like another world of crazy high spots, flexibility. Just an insane wrestler. Danielson, definitely a wrestler who I would appreciate more as an adult.
Yeah.
I think his appeal was a little bit less obvious to like a 12-year-old than like Loki and Jack Evans and stuff. He certainly left enough of an impression on me to be like, holy fuck, that's the American Dragon. When I watched WrestleMania 31,
Yeah.
into wrestling.
Yeah, God. Yeah, just having the memory of like Blue Trunks skinhead Danielson, and then seeing him as the goat face, and it must be crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, like damn, this guy used to just wrestle in dark rooms in front of shitty cameras, and now he's in the Fed, and he seems like the most popular guy here. It's crazy.
Yeah. I think that's the thing that's like quite lost, is how AEW's posed as an alternative, but like these here were like an actual alternative. And I was thinking about that when because I was thinking when you were talking about Jack Evans, when you see him, you know, as someone who's going to leave an impression on you. And I feel like for many people it was like an either or thing, where like you were either like really enchanted by him, or you were like, oh, what a flippy skinny nerd, could never make it into Fed.
Sport monkey.
Yeah.
That's a term that was big around the time.
Oh yeah.
Cornet and shoots, and everyone started saying the same verbiage as him.
Yeah, and it's like that's not something that I think really exists now, because like I think if Jack Evans type were around now, people just be like, oh, can't wait to see him in NXT, you know? Like there used to be this dynamic where like WWE actually did have like standards, and yeah, they were kind of shitty standards, but it meant that like the alternative was actually like, oh, this is something I don't get elsewhere, you know?
100%.
And yeah, Bryan Danielson and Jack Evans, like two sides of that, like very different wrestlers, but they embody that same sort of principle. As again, Bryan in the blue trunks, Jack Evans, he comes out, he asks a question to the camera: am I wrestling American Dragon, or am I wrestling the Dagger? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, he says he has like an old poster of Danielson, he's nicknamed the Dagger. And Evans is like, what is that, boy?
Oh man. So they go for the code of honor. Jack Evans break dances into it. It's a fringe case of dishonorable conduct, but Bryan shakes his hand. And then the crowd, they want to see Bryan Danielson do break dance. He's like, oh no. But the crowd's like, you should break dance. And then
Did you know what the crowd were chanting?
What were they chanting?
They were chanting, "You got served. You got served."
Oh shit! Oh, he
Like
has to
that
dance
movie.
now.
Yeah. That's an absolutely antique meme.
Yeah.
It's even older than "Get those motherfucking snakes off the motherfucking plate."
So he asks Jack to show him just once what he needs to do, and then Jack breakdances again. He's like, "Oh, I can't do that," and then he does the hip swivel. So it's a nice little compromise, and then they get into the actual physicality. I think Bryan immediately, he immediately sets the pace by like gets a break, and then just like smooshes Jack Evans' bandana off his head with a wee forearm. And it's really good. Like I think what this match shows you is how the charisma that Bryan Danielson had that like really carries him through like the rest of his career is already here, because he's able to like go between like the light sort of like comedic opening to just immediately dismantling a dude without changing anything about his personality. He's just that way. He's kind of fucked up in the head that way. And like there's a wonderful gate bit where like he's just like monotone, breathlessly going like, and who can forget about this Bryan Danielson match against Low-Ki in October, and who can forget about his match against the Fallen Angel in May, and who can forget about this match against Rocky Romero in April. It's just like for 5 minutes straight. It's wonderful.
Yeah, classic Gabe. I also liked when he said, "Bryan Danielson is so awesome."
Hey guys, it's me, Gabe.
The classic Gabe impression that didn't really sound like him.
But Bryan gets in a fan's face on the outside, just talking shit to him, and then as he's getting back in, Gabe goes there. Jack Evans is a full fight all by himself. And then it's time to get into the real reason why this is a perfect matchup for the American Dragon, because he grabs a straitjacket hold on Jack Evans, and Jack Evans, very flexible boy, he starts bending in ways that others could not and would not for this straitjacket hold. Then I think this is brilliant, where like Jack counters with his own straitjacket, the usual sort of reversal thing, but he tries to make Bryan's knees buckle, but he can't due to the superior conditioning of Bryan Danielson. He can't buckle his knees for it, and so he can't get the straitjacket on properly. I thought that was so awesome. Just like the little details that you can put in like that, and then just getting pretzeled by Bryan. Like there's this head scissors he gets in where Evans tries to bridge out of it, but then Bryan just grabs one of his legs into a crab and just like really
it's like
torturous shit.
The bottom of his foot is touching the top of his head almost.
yeah, proper scorpioned up.
Like Jack Evans was one of the most rubbery wrestlers of all time, and I think we all have a grasp on like how this assists his flipping and his bumping, but it was maybe slightly unexplored how this could make him a technician's dream, because there's seemingly not a hold that he can't be pretzeled into and make it look way crazier than anyone else.
Yeah,
like fucking Danielson must have been absolutely salivating when they were like going over what they could do in this match and what was actually possible. It's like, oh my god.
God, Bryan, he really does celebrate just all of this. Just what a motherfucker he is here. Like,
Yeah,
that's another straight jacket.
perfect opponent for him. Like, I remember Bryan hits this uppercut. It's a really good uppercut. But when do you see like a flip bump off an uppercut? It sounds like that would be excessive.
Yeah,
But it just totally works because it's these two.
yeah. I thought like between the the straight jacket thing I already mentioned, and how like like the uppercut will be a follow up to a drop kick that barely affects Bryan Danielson. Like, there's such a great thing of like like hierarchy established here too, of like Bryan just like owning this dude every single day, serving him, and there is a point where I think it's like after another wrestling that appears to it's compromise Jack Evans' legs. Mr. Nulty, Gabe's co-commentator, he goes, Jack Evans' social life after this match is going to be severely limited, if you know what I'm telling you. and then Gabe goes, oh, I wouldn't mind seeing Allison Danger in that stretch. Okay, Gabe. And there was a rich Gabe moment where like Bryan does like a backbreaker, like Bruno Sammartino, and Mr. Nulty, he makes a joke of saying like, oh, Bruno was a WWWWWFFFEE champion, and Gabe goes like, oh, whatever they call it these days, you will kiss the ring soon, Gabriel. Don't even try. And as you say, like Jack tries to get back into it with some like big moves, but he crashes and burns a lot of them, and Bryan is just not affected by them, and he comes back with that big uppercut, and Bryan is fired the fuck up, and I think the finish really kind of like hits the home that like like Bryan was fucking toying with him, because when he decided to end the match, he just bended him lethally. Just like that, and like Evans submits and fucking Bryan tosses him away like he's the fucking Big Show or something like that. The best wrestler ever, I think. What a match this was.
Yeah, perfect match. I think more people should know about it. It's not necessarily like well-known ROH classic or anything. Just very unique, totally perfect, fucking awesome.
Yeah,
great hierarchy. Both guys playing their role to perfection. Beautiful. And yeah, I probably didn't see this match when I was like 12, but because like I just have memories of seeing ROH. I don't necessarily have the specifics, so it was kind of like, well, it's so influential to my taste that I need to find something from it. And yeah, it was. This one was a no-brainer for the inclusion of both these guys, and how great I remember it being when I watched it like fucking 9 years ago or something.
yeah, wonderful match. And then we go on here to another one with some international flavor. So we go to Night 2 of Weekend of Thunder 2004, and it is Low Key and Bryan Danielson versus the champ Samoa Joe and Jushin Liger.
Similar situation to the previous ROH match, where it's something that I included for the people within it. Low Key, Samoa Joe, massive to my taste growing up. And I may have never seen this match before in my life. Like, I was doing a 2004 timeline like 8-9 years ago, but I don't think I got up to November that this is in.
Yeah.
So yeah, this could actually be my first time watching this one. So Low Key, still my favorite wrestler of all time, and may have been the first of these guys that I saw. Joe has to be locked on top 5. I feel like the best feeling a young wrestling fan can get is like, how does that not just kill him? I don't understand how you do that without just killing them. And then I felt that a lot when seeing these Joe squashes with the Olays, tiny boot scrapes, chanting like Joe's gonna kill you, the champ is here, and it's like, yeah, it just hits so fucking
Yeah,
hard for me.
yeah, yeah.
Liger I probably didn't see that much of, but he would have had like MVs on the Wrestling Channel, and obviously, like once you see, just look at him once, you're gonna remember him,
Oh
and you're
yeah,
gonna remember the
absolutely.
theme, and
There's bringing in quote like some guy like I don't know, like a Kanemoto or something like that, and then there's bringing in someone like Liger, where like you don't need
yeah,
a big like intro to Liger. He just seems like, oh, cool man from the pro wrestler, love it, you know.
yeah. And he
And
gets a fucking incredible reception here. They're going ape shit for him.
yeah,
I would
yeah,
say it rivals the reception that Kobashi got for his match with Joe.
yeah, yeah,
And I didn't think that I wasn't too surprised by that until I realized, wait, this is night 2 of a weekender. So Liger's actual ROH
yeah,
debut was the prior
yeah,
night in a singles match against Bryan Danielson.
yeah.
And yet he's still getting this ovation on night 2. So yeah, I thought that was pretty noteworthy then.
I wonder what Liger's mindset must have been, because you mentioned Kobashi, and I always remember the story of that being like, because he never went to America before that, and he was presuming that he would be the hated Oriental heel, and so he was very surprised by his reception.
Like Mr. Fuji.
But here's the thing: Liger obviously has been to America, where he was the hated Oriental heel. So I wonder what he was expecting when he went to ROH.
Yeah. And it's quite a, I felt a twang of jealousy that I don't usually get for like watching old wrestling of the people that got to give him this reception. Because I've seen Liger live a couple of times at the Rev Pro shows in York Hall.
Oh shit!
It's cool, everyone's having fun, but it's very much a sort of woohoo, woohoo, welcome back.
Yeah,
Whereas this would have felt like almost game changing stuff, really.
yeah, like there was something different when like it was like word of mouth and VHS tapes that spread the legends of these people, and then like you see these people like you never thought you'd see them in front of you in your lives, like Liger and Kobashi and stuff. It's just different when like it gets to by the time of like Revolution Pro, where like New Japan World's a thing, like yeah, Liger, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not just, you can't sell the show on Liger, it's everyone that's there.
Yeah. What's Kid Lycos going to be up to? So Loki is in a very interesting place here because, like ROH has been through the whole thing of Rob Feinstein showing up on To Catch a Predator, and the ensuing thing with that, where he's vanquished some company, and I'm pretty sure like that like there was a thing of like TNA guys were able to work ROH fine, but after that it's like fuck that. So like a whole bunch of guys are gone, and Low Key leaves as well. But then he comes back, and now he hates Ring of Honor. I cannot believe this. Like back when we were watching Ring of Honor, man, look, he was all synonymous with the Code of Honor, but now he comes out here, coming out to The Realist Kill Us by Tupac featuring 50 Cent, and he's going, fuck you. I cannot believe it.
Yeah. And he's got like one trouser leg rolled up. Because he's a G now.
What a delinquent.
He hangs out of Homicide and the Rottweilers. I decided actually yesterday to watch night 1 of this show. And some fan comes in the ring when it's Homicide and the Rottweilers. And they just beat the fucking shit out of him for an extended amount of time, and for some reason it was all left in the DVD. And like, there's this moment where security has got him, and it's like, okay, security's got him. He's not going anywhere. And fucking low-key just sprints on and smacks him from the back of the head.
Oh man.
Yeah. So yeah, he's a bad boy.
It's time for me to put a cap in your ass. Wow. The best.
Yeah, he's got his little hair.
Yeah.
Just like 1 inch of hair.
When
Crazy on him.
When Loki has the buzz cut, that's a sign of distress. So yeah, evil Loki and equally evil Bryan Danielson, who is out in the evil robe, coming out to self-esteem as well by the Offspring. That's quite a contrast here of two evil men. And yeah, as you say, like Joe coming out with the Champisphere intro, Godzilla intro as well. What a champ he is. He just looks effortlessly cool. And then, you know, Liger comes out, a big wahey moment, and you know, here comes the toilet paper. These thick ass fucking streamers that Ring of Honor had, in all different colours. And yes, it's a big fight feel to this. Like Loki is just doing the up yours taunt at all times, and it's really good whenever he does it. And I do love how, like, Bryan, he's just chewing gum. He knows how effortlessly that adds to the heel persona, to just be like a piece of shit chewing gum. And then oh, here comes Gabe, it's main event time. And he's with CM Punk. What do you think of CM Punk on this commentary track?
He was strangely nondescript for this one, for me anyway. I kind of only realised it was him talking like towards the end of the match.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
And yeah, so there's an immediate tension of like, I think this is always good when like there might be something that's like a dream match where they like try and make it sort of like personal, where it's not just like, oh, let's soak in the moment. No, Loki's trying to fuck this dude up right now. And starts out with Key and Joe, and Loki acts like he's about to start grappling Joe, but then he tags Bryan immediately, and Gabe says, oh, I was gonna call him a bitch for that. Uncensored. And so now Bryan, and he had lost to Liger the previous night. Did you watch that then? Since you mentioned you were watching the night one.
Yeah, it was pretty great.
So Bryan and Joe, Bryan chops him. Joe shrugs the fuck off, and then, you know, when he hits hard. Then Bryan gets an Indian deathlock in. He's in his happy place. Hip swivel and double birds, and then he tags Key in, and now Liger tags in, and oh, they're milking the fuck out of this. Crawl on elbow, and Gabe yells, "That is the first time Loki and Jushin Liger have ever locked up." It's a big moment for Ring of Honor. Shoulder block. Loki kips up and says, "Up yours." So it's great. There's some like dive feints. So like Liger fakes a dive, Joe doesn't fake a dive, but then Liger does his thing off of the apron. And he goes for the surfboard, and this is when I actually noticed that CM Punk was there, because Gabe goes, "You know what's coming up, Punk," and then Punk, like an aloof son of a bitch, goes, "Oh, the surfboard." Okay, Punk, go update your live journal. And putting over how despicable this Loki heel turn is, the heat he has with Joe, and presumably with the boys at the back. Bryan and Key, they work very well together, like very dastardly. We were mentioning among ourselves, like it's just really great to have like this sort of like serious heel character of like a man like from the streets, a gang member who's still very into dastardly heel tactics.
Yes. The tag team leverage spots from Key and Danielson here.
Yes,
Fantastic stuff.
it's very good. I loved too when like Loki does the shining elbow, and he does it really good. And you know how the Ring of Honor crowd is, like they applaud the good grappling, even if it's from Dastardly Heel. So Key gets up and goes like, "Oh, you clapping for me? Up yours!" Ah, man, what a heel! And so Liger's getting a lot of heat here. Like he'll be putting the abdominal stretch as mentioned. He'll arm drag out of it, but then like Bryan will immediately pick the leg, tag Key in, really good, like cutting off of that ring. Bryan does epic airplane spin that makes him dizzy too. Loki gets tagged in. Liger's prone in the corner, and Julius Smokes goes, "I hate your Japanese ass." Oh, that's an unfortunate thing for him to say. And then he goes for a springboard kick, avoided by Liger, who sets up a hot tag with the Fisherman Buster. And here comes Joe. He's cooking. He's going for the face wash. Fucking sends Loki out the fucking ring with that face wash. So epic. And then,
he started off the match being very avoidant of Jay. So it's really cathartic when he eventually just gets in and fucking murks him.
Yeah. Then sets him up for the ole ole, kicks Key into the guardrail. The impact destroys the Ring of Honor flag. And then it's time for Liger to do ole time. It's a very nice moment, Liger doing the ole time too. And I think there's a moment here from a fan where like you just hear a guy go like, "Kick his fucking ass, Joe," and like that's not a feeling that I think exists a whole lot in wrestling nowadays. You know, just like a smart mark who's buying this ticket to a fake wrestling show, but it's still just like fuck him up. You know, like they're really into it that way. And then like come back in. Loki attempts a crucifix, but he can't actually get Joe all the way over. But then he gets a kick off, and that allows for a tag to Bryan. European uppercuts, including one off of that middle rope. But then Joe leg sweeps him, gets Liger in. The short ace, that palm strikes from Liger. He points at Bryan. Bryan was like, "No, Mr. Liger, do not show to me again, no." But then he glums him. And then they go for a springboard kick variation of the heart attack. A dragon suplex also by Bryan for 2. And then cattle mutilation. But then Joe breaks them with a senton. Oh, fuck. There's some flagrant illegal action from Loki here where he just comes in as the illegal man, does Shining Wizard into Black Magic, then he gets him in a submission, then he does a Phoenix Splash. And the ref the whole time is like, "Hey, get out that ring." And then Bryan covers for 2. He's arguing with the ref now. He goes for a suplex. It's blocked because Joe hits the Enzigiri. It's a brainbuster attempted by Liger, and Key breaks it up. Key holds Liger. Bryan's actually holding up Liger, and then miscommunication. They hit each other, do Bryan and Key. Oh no. And then there's just a big charge by Liger and Joe for double strikes, and then the Liger bomb on Bryan Danielson for 3. And what a triumphant victory. Like it's a very substantial match, but I feel like they managed to, I think they built it around like, even with like all the maximalist stuff, they built around like this one mistake leads to like, oh, immediately you're fucked, which I thought was good. Great match.
Yeah, I thought Key and Bryan really perfect foil for like the hero's welcome that Liger gets here.
The Spectacular sort of like baddie, you know.
Yeah,
that's what Bryan Danielson is. He's like a proper baddie sort of wrestler when he needs to be. And
but then face turning for Danielson?
Face turning for Danielson because low key it's like, what the fuck? Why you lose grappling match? And Bryan's like, what your problem? meaningless grappling match, so what? And then the Rottweilers murk him. And Joe and Liger run out to make the save. And Bryan gives Code of Honor to both of them. Huh.
Yeah.
What could this mean for the future of the Rottweilers? Well, I sure don't care because I'm going to go watch Velocity now.
Yes. Velocity time. Akio. Velocity time. Akio versus Paul London from, well, it took place on the 30th of November 2004 and was aired at some later point in the week, presumably.
Yeah, it's sometime in early December.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I think I definitely watched Velocity less than I did like Heat, but still very much a thing that like is very of my childhood to me.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I think it's probably the first time I recognized that like something was a C show, because I remember early on having the whole thing of like, wait a second, this Velocity intro has The Rock. Where's The Rock?
Yeah.
But yeah, very very sort of like comfy vibe to it. Right enough, I don't recall the Bill DeMott and Josh Matthews commentary duo. If I did, then I probably wouldn't have fond memories of Velocity, because god damn, they suck.
Yeah, Velocity is fondly remembered just because like the vast majority of the athletic cruiserweight guys who perhaps could be in Ring of Honor, and some of them have been and some of them will be.
Yeah,
Again.
yeah.
They're all on SmackDown, and this is SmackDown's version of the Heat. So instead of Pal Penis, this is Rob Conway. You get this. You get something much better.
Yeah. That's the crazy thing about it. It's like the same SmackDown supremacy that you would have felt in like 2002, 2003 also exists on the C shows in that way. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And like once I had discovered Ring of Honor and TNA, I looked for hints of it whenever I would go back to the WWE.
Yeah.
WWE sucks. It's so different,
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
this would have led to Paul London being my favorite wrestler for about a year. I was rooted for the underdogs, the outsiders in life, and so I think the fact that Paul London was in WWE and just treated how he was made me like him more than if he was just another guy in Ring of Honor or the X division or something.
Oh sure, yeah. Like
it was just like how he stood out so hugely.
Like Paul London definitely has to be up there as far as like one of the masters of the C show in the modern era, because like even before he got signed, he'd be having matches like that one against Perry Saturn or Jacked or whatever it was, where like just like he gets his foot in the door that way. And like sort of like with like the other like sort of Stevie Night Heat phenomenon, like just these things that go under the radar, but like if you're in the know, like this is where you can get like that good stuff. And it's from him just saying to like curl himself on like a random Velocity match. And like I would definitely say like Akio and Jimmy Wang Yang is another example of that, of like guy who never got very prominent, but if you were in the know about him, like you were in for a very good time, and at least a very good moonsault.
Yeah, and I remember back in the day, I actually made like a free domain website for Portland. I can't remember exactly what was on it, but I'm pretty sure I just put up like other people's fan art and MVs without permission.
This was it.
There's one MV in particular that I remember that used Numb Encore.
Wow.
The notorious clip from this match in it. And I've looked for that MV since, but it's probably gone from the internet forever now.
And Wrestling is so cool. It feels like the one sort of like media form where like your music video paying tribute to like your beloved character is them eating shit.
Yeah.
So we do
And
come.
Paul London's entrance, truly one of the greats when it comes to
Oh.
sort of like video game friendly, identical entrances. He does the big stompy. He sprints all the way down the ramp. Huge slide in the ring. Remember that time he just slid all the way through?
Yeah, yeah. He looks so fucking cool doing that, man.
Yeah.
Like
Huge slide in the ring. Backflip off the second rope. AKA, it's the entrance that is. It's quite simply the law that you have to assign that to the Great Khali. SVR07.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see Akio here in a bit of a purgatory because he, came on to SmackDown roster along with Sakura as one of those Japanese men accompanying Tajiri, and then Tajiri was like, "I do not want to annoy the Yakuza. Please get away from me." And so now he's just here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, we've been saying Paul London. It's actually pronounced Paul London.
London.
London. Fucking Josh Matthews with this pronunciation that I've never heard anyone else pull out before.
Yeah.
What is that about? Come on.
Like it's hard to get why Josh Matthews was considered like a prospect for announcing when he tries to convey excitement, he just goes like, "Put London off the top rope." This guy's more fucking squeaky scrawnies. Fucking terrible. And so, Velocity is brought to you by Blade Trinity and Metroid Prime 2 Echoes.
Actually, not nice because Blade Trinity kind of sucks.
Yeah, yes, it's not very good. I've never.
Ryan Reynolds one.
Yes, along with Polovek, star of the Unreal Polovek, and I've never tried the Metroid Prime games, but they seem good, so I'll give them that. That's one good sponsor for Velocity. This match, I think, is like a real masterclass. Like before you get to the big bumps, even I feel when you see these guys like lock up and the way they work a lock up, even it hints at like a mind that's like really two minds that are really active, that they're really trying to do something like this fresh and engaging.
Yeah.
Like it really brings to mind like something like Loki versus Amazing Red, where it would feel at home. And like if there was a martial arts movie that had the collar and elbow tie up as a thing, this is how it would be, like
I love when Akio has got London and the go behind, and he just sort of runs forward and crouches. And the momentum sends Akio out of the ring.
Yeah,
Good spot. No, didn't see that much.
And then Akio is pissed off. He comes back in. London stomps his hand. Like, wow. Like, shit is just happening in this match. And then, like, London will get his shoulder blocked by Akio. But then he grabs Akio's leg when he goes to the ropes. Like, just like so much like going on like at all times. And then, like the big thing is that like Akio catches London's leg. And then he flips Paul London over. London does a backflip. But the rope is in the way. So he lands on his head. And Josh Matthews goes, "Holy!" Because it's Velocity.
Insane bump. No idea how they planned for that to go.
Yeah.
Was that what they wanted to happen? I don't know. But yeah, it's a crazy bump from London. He like just gets his left arm to the mat before like his chin takes his head off.
Yeah. Like I feel like this has happened enough to him that there must be some fucked up science to that sort of bump. Like, I think that's the thing about like the science behind pro wrestling is that, like, if you're coming to it in the hopes of assurance that, like, oh, actually this is entirely safe, like sometimes it's not. Like, he could easily be paralyzed, but he did get his arm a bit, so the chances went down maybe 35%.
And Josh Matthews was probably like, Paul London, that's not wise. Paul London, what are you doing?
Welcome back to WWE.com. You've seen Paul London land on his neck these past couple of weeks. Well, now we're here now, and wait, Paul London, you're doing it again? No! Paul London, no!
What did you think of when London and Akio were exchanging chops for a bit, and then they hit each other with simultaneous forearms that they both sell? And it felt to me, obviously not the best audio quality in the world, but the crowd seemed to like take it as like a comedy spot almost.
Yeah, it was interesting. Like,
I felt like I heard chuckles.
Because I think I was thinking as well, like, in that like hammerlock spot, where Akio goes there aside, like, I'm sure I heard like some from the crowd that wasn't just like, I appreciate the grappling, Like, it seemed like obviously this is not going to be a Ring of Honor crowd, but that's interesting that you bring that up. It reminds me of, you remember when, like, they did that Battle Arts match in VXV, where Ikeda and Ishikawa were, like, beating each other up, and the crowd's like, whoa, 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 It's sort of like that, where, like, I guess, like, there is something funny about, like, beating the shit out of each other. But the main audio thing that I noticed from that was that there was no commentary. It just decided to not commentate that bit, which I was really thankful for, because oh man, like, okay. You remember that JBL versus Funaki match, right?
Of course, yes.
I like watched it for the first time recently, and it's an all timer. But I really hated that Benoit was the guy for that match, because this is just a guy who sees this and he goes like, "This is unbelievable! This is the worst thing I've ever seen! The ref should call this right now! I cannot believe that I'm seeing this! The brutality! Oh, this is despicable!" Just like for 5 minutes straight, I fucking hated it. And man, he's just like really terrible here as well, and Josh Matthews does not fucking help at all. Like, I watched the rest of this episode of Velocity, and they have like negative chemistry. And you know what the fucked up thing is? I think they thought they had chemistry, and that's the saddest part. But yeah, so as you say,
you like that, Bill? Season's beatings.
No, I don't.
No.
Fucking like yeah. So as you say, like they do a big exchange of like middle kicks to their ribs, and then simultaneous strikes, and then like there's a kick missed by Akio, and Paul London does the drop salt, where he drop kicks and then lands on his face. But then Akio hits the moonsaults that he does, where he runs up to the top rope, then does a big moonsault for two, and then London with a big kick right to the fucking face. And by this point, like, Paul London is like, he's like favoring multiple body parts while he's going up top. He is fucked up, and then Akio cuts him off. Akio tries to go for something off the top, but London blocks it, and I lost my shit for this. Deep Impact! The DDT off the top! My favourite Kanemaru move! And yeah, that fucking wins the match. Like, that's really great too. Like, I don't think that was ever his finisher. Like, his finisher would be like the shooting star press, but that's it. And they fucking just pull up different moves for velocity, baby. That's fucking right.
Yeah.
And
Josh Matthews awards this match a 5 now.
And that ends this 5-star match. And so, like, a gimmick they have for Bill DeMott, who is obviously, the big coach now, an honorable coach, as it will be forever. He has his DeMott's turning point, where he points out that he analyzes the match. So Bill DeMott's turning point here is he goes, the turning point should have been when London landed on his neck, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bill DeMott. I will employ you gainfully for many more years. They did recently upload I think the whole series of matches that these two had on the WWE Vault. So obviously it's very meaningful to a lot of people. And I'm sure must be one of the more pure experience you could have as a wrestling fan growing up. Just you put on the fucking crappy C show that's there to fill out some contracted TV time syndication thing, and you just see a 5 now out of nowhere by guys who have nothing else to do.
I could have also picked the one that they had in Japan. Japanese crowd's very into it.
Wow, when the fuck was that?
Probably a month or two after this one.
Oh, okay, right, okay, I get you. I was thinking oh shit, did that happen in 01?
No, it's I think the episode of SmackDown that they did over there, JBL was doing Godzilla gags and stuff.
Oh yeah, Saitama Super Arena, yes. Velocity, a good show. Also featured Lothar Reigns and Mark Jindrak.
Just to touch on that for a moment, Velocity is remembered as giving the spotlight to the cruiserweights, and often that's what it was. But sometimes they would just get fucking shitted on, just like they would get on SmackDown as well.
Yeah.
It's, Nunzio and Funaki against Luther and Mark Jindrak, part of the new Team Angle.
Yeah.
They just dump on those little boys.
I think Josh Matthews is literally Bill, what can Nunzio and Funaki do to win this match? And Bill goes, nothing!
There is no conceivable way. The fact that this match has been booked in the first place is a complete farce, because these guys are stupid little job boys. And these guys, other guys have back knee, which means they win.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. So
good old WWE.
Yeah, the WWE, the big men win all the time, and the small men are not worth a shit. Man, fuck WWE. I wish the small men could do good at the grappling. Wait a minute, what is this? Total non-stop action wrestling?
Holy fuck.
Wow.
This is true alternative wrestling.
So now we come back to 2005 TNA. Just a wee while before the show that we would have done. Here at Final Destination 2005, I think we would have already discussed our sort of childhood interface with TNA, of just coming across it. You would have seen it on the wrestling channel. I would have seen the it would have been when where is WWE men now? Okay, there. And I would have went from there.
I reckon my first maybe before I saw it, my first sort of acknowledgement of it was be where'd Rikishi go?
Oh man. Oh fuck, what was his TNA name? What was his TNA name again? What was it? Something Fatu.
Was it Junior Fatu?
Junior Fatu, that was it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He came out to the theme they would later reuse for Sean Morley.
And he made it real stinky out there. So yeah, this match, Ultimate X match for the TNA X Division title. The reigning champion, Petey Williams, with his fucking fat friend, Scott D'Amore.
Scott D'Amore.
Versus Chris Sabin versus AJ Styles.
So they do a big hype video for this of Shane Douglas telling Petey Williams that Ultimate X is the match, and Shane Douglas very perplexed about that as ever, and you know, like they do this thing of like, you know, really hyping up the X Division. Their exploits can only be found in TNA, and you know, like
that one fucking movie trailer voice guy that they employed for a while.
Oh yeah. So Petey Williams is not scared at all of the Ultimate X. He's the longest reigning champion in ever. 5 months. Can you believe it? And but there is like a dynamic of, you know, Chris Sabin. He's won many Ultimate X's. He's the master of Ultimate X. So, you know, who's to say who will win this match?
Is it really a TNA gimmick match without like a PowerPoint presentation from Mike Tenay?
Yeah, no.
To be fair, this one takes a lot less explaining than King of the Mountain.
And it is interesting, like how, you know, they have this Ultimate X match, and then like 2 months later they decide, let's make the Ultimate X challenge. There needs to be more steps to this.
Yeah. Classic. But yeah, as soon as I saw like the X Division presentation in TNA, I was really hooked. Instantly became Team TNA. Fuck the fucking Fed.
Yup.
And Ultimate X, as we spoken about last time, really the perfect match to get out of this sort of brand of wrestler. Like, obviously, AJ Styles is AJ Styles, but Sabin's pretty cool. Mostly seen as like a tag guy. Maybe the same for Petey Williams. He's mostly just remembered for his Canadian Destroyer. I hope Canadian Destroyer.
Hurt.
But yeah, any guy that's just like sort of just another athlete can really shine in these matches.
Yeah. Like, obviously there's the aspect of like, you know, it being like a potential for a spot fest, but I think as well, like, just thinking about it there, like, the idea of having like a thing to strive towards that involves like a tense sort of like climbing sequence and all that, it's an easy layup to give someone who, you know, like, you think about Petey Williams, you don't really think about him being like that expressive a guy, but like if he has to think like, it's up there, oh, I'm so weakened by the match, oh, can I get it? You know, it's an easy thing to like have storytelling about, you know.
Yeah, in part, I'm sure that's aided by the fact it probably is actually legitimately quite difficult to keep climbing those cables. It's a real good workout of a match. This period of TNA with like loyal Impact Zone crowd, they're there like 2 times a month, mostly the same people, and they made matches like this feel like these fucking monumental parties. Like, when you talk about like a party atmosphere in wrestling, often people think that's like, you know, the Brits singing a funny songy, or Raw after WrestleMania, guys throwing a beach ball around and ignoring the match. But this is like a party crowd in unison with a match. Like,
oh yeah,
it all connects together. It's all as it should be.
Yeah, like, rarely ever is the actual wrestling on those sort of wrestlings that you mentioned ever remembered. But like, if the wrestling here was not high level, then like the crowd would not be there for it. I feel like, you know.
Yeah,
Like,
I think they were pretty good at like making noise for like pretty much everything. But like when it was time for like a fucking classic match of the year type match, like people would just be jumping around like their fucking like footy team scores in the 89th minute or some shit. Like
Yeah.
everyone with their arms in the air, beer splashing around. It's fucking awesome. And yeah, this is one of the matches I vividly remember watching at the time, or maybe on a slight delay, and losing my shit for. I was alone in my grandparents' living room. And I was doing shitty sentons on the sofa. Every time there was like a big bump, I would just be like, whoa! I never got the courage to do any other kind of flip bump, but I was really obsessed with doing like sentons for a bit. I wouldn't call them swantons because I didn't do like the movement in the air, but
you were doing like the Kevin Owens type of senton.
yeah. I once filmed myself with a webcam doing a senton from the arm of the sofa onto a cushion on the floor.
Oh
But
shit!
the cushion wasn't really thick enough to completely break my fall, so it kind of fudded my tailbone a bit. So I did less after that.
That reminds me. I remember like it used to be like a big thing back in the days of early YouTube. You know, like people like doing like wrestling stuff. I remember there was this one video of like it was these two children just like doing wrestling on a sofa, and I remember like the ending was like literally like I think one of the backstage like hit the side of a table and they crumbled over crying, and the other kid's like, "Oh shit, I better stop the camera." Classic YouTube.
Yeah.
So this triple threat here, not under Ultimate X challenge rules. It's just all three guys in there, and it definitely is reminiscent of the inaugural ROH triple threat, where it feels like it's consciously trying to go away from like the usual triple threat fare of like all three guys are involved. You know, they're all just battling amongst each other, and so like the wonderful thing of
I think that was kind of like the outside of WWE. That was kind of like the style at the time, like that era of Honor begins.
Yeah,
which I feel was quite influential. And then I guess the WWE style kind of took over and rewrote the formula again.
yeah. Like
AJ comes out, hoodie,
oh,
his little pleather hoodie, the sparks. You are, I am. So good, man.
Yeah. Like I don't want to be like some perfectionist. It was cool when he came out in that TNA show this year with the old theme, but I was kind of wanting to come into every day you're born life. That is the version I prefer.
Did he not?
No, he came into get ready to fly.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not my TNA. Hashtag. Hashtag you. Hashtag bald.
Yeah. So yeah, Petey comes out with Scott D'Amore, who he had just like gotten his hand marked against AMW in the previous match, but he's still waving the flag, and then Sabin out too. And as I say, like it starts off with triple threat action. Like Petey will run away from Sabin, then he'll realize like, oh shit, AJ is here also, and he's behind me. And he just like, yes, I punch you now. They mentioned like the community says they are sardined into the impact zone, and when I was watching this, it was fresh in the news, like Slammiversary, the record attendance ever for TNA, and that got me on a bit of a rabbit hole of like, I wonder what the other record attendances were. And so I remember, I think it might have been a lockdown in like 2012, maybe 2013, which was the previous one. And I was looking to compare for other events, and boy howdy, there was a lot of pay-per-views where they drew 1,100 people into the Impact Zone. Joint 6th place.
The exact same people every time.
Yeah, it's got to be a record. And then AJ starts like what's a really brilliant thread of storytelling when he's on the apron and he just tries springboarding up to the title as if it's like it's like when you get to the top of the ladder in the video game and you just like whoop, and like it never works, and it doesn't work here. And then like Petey will pull Sabin at the ring. AJ does a big dive on him. Don West freaks the fuck out, and then as he's going like, "You gotta be kidding me!" Mike just goes, "What you call it, phenomenal?"
Hell yeah, boy!
Phenomenal.
Yeah, we've really gone from like dog shit commentators to just the best fucking boys.
Oh, absolutely. And so AJ goes up onto the scaffold, and then I always like when they do these sort of spots, like Sabin drop kicks him against the scaffold, and then Sabin goes for a cable run. He's on the cable, but then Scott D'Amore grabs his heels, and gotta say, I really love how much Mike Tenay hates Scott D'Amore.
Yeah,
like you just immediately like, I've had it with this guy.
Yeah, it makes Scott D'Amore so much better in this role.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
If it was just like normal commentary reacting to it, it wouldn't be as good. But yeah, D'Amore gets ejected, and Tenay's like, "Good riddance, you fat load."
Send him through the tunnel. Send him across the border while you're at it.
Fucking Canada.
Yeah. Oh man. And so Scott has a great little freak out. And Petey, bless him, he's not got great acting chops, so he's nonplussed about this. Just like, okay. And then they get back to it. He gets Sabin into a sharpshooter, does Petey Williams, and while that's on, AJ climbs up. Petey looks over, is like, oh fuck, and then they start exchanging, and then like Petey pulls him down, and he goes for a pin, and I'm pretty sure on commentary like, oh, he went for that just out of instinct, and then Petey gets AJ in the Tree of Woe, and he starts stomping his testicles while pledging allegiance to Canada. I can't believe he did that. And then runs the ropes right into a big kick to the face from AJ. Now they're at the point AJ and Sabin are, where they're pulling each other away from attempting to win. Like there's Sabin gets lifted up in an electric chair, and that sets Petey up to do assisted runner from the cables. Oh, and then like Petey and AJ, they start racing up on the cables. Petey grapevines the X, and then like AJ tries to kick him down. Sabin pulls AJ down, and then it's such a I feel a unique thing to Ultimate X where like stuff can go wrong, but there's still this element of danger to it that like helps like hold it all together. So the whole idea is that like Petey's grapevining, AJ springboards off, hits him, causes him to fall. AJ misses him. he maybe grazes him, but like the whole thing they say is like, oh, he lost his grip and just fell by himself. It's like, damn, I could buy that. Seems fucked up to just climb up there. Sabin's cabling now. A runner by Sabin to AJ. You have got to be kidding me. And you know that's another thing about the vibes of the commentary when like Mike Tenay is going like, guys in the truck, get us a replay of this right now. Like,
yeah.
You can't help but just
they acknowledge that some human beings have got to do their job.
Petey tries to go for the Canadian Destroyer. It's countered into that cradle shock. It's countered into a reverse DDT, and then AJ doesn't get brought into the reverse DDT as well. Oh my god! Just like fucking insane counters. Here it is, the big bump. AJ goes up on the cables. Sabin meets him through a springboard and drop kicks him. AJ just does a whole flip, and my god, just like an incredible thing to see a human being do.
Momentum-based flip causes him to rotate 90 degrees before landing for this just fucking perfect bump. Everyone's got
Yeah.
And I'm right there with them.
Yes. Like it's very undeniable. Like
that definitely would have been the point where I just did like 4 sentences.
That's worth 4 centons. Petey clothesline Sabin at the ring. Then AJ and Petey are fighting on the scaffold, and he pulls AJ's arm through the holes, and AJ gets stuck in it for a brief time. It looks really gnarly. Like
just dangles there with what looks like a hyperextending arm.
Oh yeah, it seems like fucked up. Cradle shock by Sabin onto Petey, and they do a good job of going like, oh, you can't win with it, but it's a darn good first step. I'm like, damn, that's true. So AJ tries to catch Sabin with the Styles Clash off of the cables, but then Sabin takes advantage of the arm work to catch him in an arm bar, and then like AJ is in a terrible position, but he lifts him up, sets him down, and with one arm does the Styles Clash. That's incredible stuff.
Power bombs the fuck out of him first, and then just does this crooked ass, brutal looking Styles Clash. So sick.
So like I was saying earlier, like so AJ gets up from this, like he has such a great expression on his face where he's selling all this damage. He looks up, and it's like, oh, I have to climb with like one arm, and everything hurts, and just like I was thinking just today about how like people might accuse AJ Styles of like being someone who it took him getting to WWE before he learned psychology, and like, you know, on the surface, so
that's what those people fucking sound like.
Like on the surface, like so many of his like big moments lend itself to being like a spot monster, but you just need to watch it. And this guy is operating on a level few fucking have. You know, like he just integrates.
This match, obviously, it's focused on the crazy high spots, but it doesn't like forego like great selling, great logical stuff.
Yeah,
it's all there for you. You can enjoy it if you want.
If you want to, yes. So he gets up there, and they're on commentary, be like, how's he gonna cable with one good arm? Oh, the strength required, the willpower. But then he drops off the pain's too much. Canadian Destroyer! He's dead.
Yeah.
Really well timed.
He's so fucking good at like the sort of vacant fucking dead stare into the ceiling.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure that's more difficult than it seems.
Yeah, you need a certain type of eyes for it. So Petey hits a tornado DDT on Sabin, and he's going to set up for the destroyer, and he says, screw it, and tries getting up the cables, but then Sabin catches him and does a fucking crucifix buckle bomb. Oh fuck. And now,
it's like it's only like the 15th called a spot in the match, but it's the best one without AJ at the center of it.
Yeah. And then it's funny because that just kind of leads to a level playing field where and now Petey and Sabin are like both on the same level where they race up on the cables, and so they both grapevine up there, and Sabin and Petey, they undo the belt, they're both holding it, and for the third time in the match, because he tried it a second time after the first one, AJ springboards up and he nabs it. he naps the fucking belt, or at least gets it out of their hands and then grabs it. Like, wow, what a fucking finish. You know, I don't know if I've ever seen Ultimate X that just ends with a guy grabbing the belt. It's always some bullshit. But this was some really good bullshit.
Yeah, you see in the replay that Saban almost didn't let go in time. That would have made it a dud, but thankfully, it's a 5 now.
Yup. And
then we see a crowd member holds up a sign that says WWE Wimpy Wrestlers Everywhere.
Yeah! Fuck off, Vince! Fuck you, Vince! TNA! Yeah, I
just an incredible performance from AJ. I feel like this could be your first AJ Styles match, and you would instantly just like know everything you need to know about him, like all that he has to offer.
Yeah.
Stuff like that crooked ass Stars Clash is like an innovation that you would get in like every other big AJ match for years and years and years. Like truly one of the best ever.
And I think like something like the thread of him trying for the springboard and then the finish is based off of that. It's like legitimately genius, you know? Like that's what you want out of a pro wrestler.
And the other guys did great too, but it is the AJ Styles show for sure.
It's that AJ Styles show. It's
like if one match was an envy. And it's a brisk little thing. It might not even be 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It's not long at all. But this has got to be like one of my top 10 matches. Just like so important to me back then. I only rewatched it like 2 or 3 times, but it just hits like great every time I rewatch it. It's so good.
Yeah, absolutely. Ultimate X, one of the best matches ever. So that was TNA, and that was your childhood. That was all of it. Yeah,
that was the start of my life. Now let's watch someone end their life 16 times.
So Tim White, former WWE referee, and you know he had the big boo-boo at Judgment Day 2002 at Hell in a Cell when Triple H and Chris Jericho were having at it, and he hurt his shoulder. You know, they actually portray it as if like that was his final match, but it wasn't. I think his final match was WrestleMania 20 when he just re-injured his shoulder and was like, okay, I will not referee anymore. And so this is something that I remember because it's Armageddon 2005. It's building up to a thing that I would not actually watch because I was never buying or getting my parents to buy pay-per-views at this time. Undertaker versus Randy Orton. Undertaker will finally murder Randy Orton in Hell in a Cell. And so, you know, they often, whenever you look at like cell matches, especially back in the day, they would often have like some flavor of like, I remember No Mercy 2002, they have Rikishi on to be like, oh, falling off the cell. It is very bad. And so this was seemingly a thing that they did, perhaps with that in mind, initially, where in the middle of Armageddon 2005, Josh Matthews goes to the nearby Friendly Tap, the bar that Tim White owns, and he asks like Tim White like, oh, you know, you went through Hell in a Cell. How's shoulder now? And Tim White is gaunt. He is just like, it ruined my life. My wife left me. I became very angry. I took out on everyone. My family doesn't come see me anymore. All my friends are gone now too. And you know what? I think I will just fucking kill myself right fucking now.
Mr. White, please don't do that.
And so
it's the only one of these with like a live crowd reacting to it.
Yes,
and they are perplexed. You're seeing here. I can only really compare it to the whole Katie Vick thing. What the hell?
And so like
so they were like, all right, Great. Let's do that 15 more times.
So it reminds me of of Russo in a way, because a thing that I've come to know is a hallmark of Vince Russo wrestling is, more than maybe the source like that, is something where like it's like a out there idea with like an interesting, perhaps even compelling performance. I'm thinking about how say like Hawk being an alcoholic, right? It's like something that you would never think to do, but you see him doing an interview where it's like, oh well, I've got my demons, but I'm doing my best to overcome them. And you think like, all right, nice promo, and then the follow up is fucking shit, Like there's no possible way you can follow this up in any good way, and this is like if they just like decide to really dedicate themselves to it. So I recall going onto WWE.com after Armageddon 2005. Obviously, I wanted to read about how Undertaker beat Randy Orton, and I was very happy with that. But then I would have been seven at a time of this. I would have gone into WWE.com and read, referee Tim White curled himself. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, and let's say we spoke about this because this is a bit of a joint entry for both of us. I was browsing WWE.com at the same time, and just wrestling really sped things up for me in a lot of ways, because there was the profoundly unmoderated WWE.com chat room, which I would go in sometimes. And I told you that you could just set you could have like a lime green font and then set it to like size 1000, so that one letter takes up the entire screen. That's how little they gave a shit about this chat room. And I saw like bestiality porn for the first and only time on that fucking stupid ass chat room. And then I unlocked a memory yesterday where the first time I actually saw like proper porno was I was typing in BrockLesnar.com because I was like, what's Brocky up to? He's on the front of Here Comes the Pain. So why isn't he in the WWE right now? I typed that into my browser and it came up with this website, right? In fact, I've got the fucking image somewhere. I'll show you.
Shit.
Here we go. A porn site had bought the domain BrockLesnar.com. It says, if you're looking for info on wrestling superstar Brock Lesnar, please click here. However, if you are of legal age and would rather see pictures of beautiful nude girls named Brock, please click here. And then there's like a photo of a lady in a vest top shushing.
Very naughty, yes. Oh my god.
And obviously, at the time, I wanted to see beautiful new girls named Brock. And to this day, hot babes only really do it for me if they're called Brock.
Yeah, I mean, all looks back to that formative memory. It's very influential on one's psychology. My God, like that's the sort of like marketing that like they just don't have nowadays. They don't have the whole thing of like, I'm going to capitalize on the interest in Brock Lesnar's whereabouts.
Yeah, Brock Lesnar's agent would not let that domain just fall into the hands of a porno site.
Yeah, I think the other thing like this is you remember how in the maybe like 2001-ish, like every superstar would have their URL on their Chiron, like WWF Undertaker, WWF Triple H and stuff. I think I've heard that like WWF Hardy's redirects to a porn site. Which is pretty good.
So the wrestling internet in the early to mid 2000s. It was the Wild West.
Oh yeah. Like
You think it's bad now with your little quote tweets and watch this fucking match from thingy, and if you don't like it, then you just haven't got taste like me. No, we were watching fucking horse dicks in the trenches.
Yep. You didn't learn who Mr. Hands was at the age of 12, and it shows. I think the Tim White series starts out as a day in the life of Tim White, where it's just a follow-up of, so like, you know, in Armageddon, Tim White pulls out a big old double barrel shotgun, and then off screen you hear a shot. And so there's a follow-up where Josh Matthews goes, Mr. White, miraculously you just shot your toe. Could you show your toe to the audience? And it's a big old bandage on his big toe. Wah, wah, wah. And then he goes like, well, that's great, Mr. White, that you did not kill yourself. Wait a minute, what is this now? And Mr. White has a box of rat poison that he pushes Josh out the way and eats the rat poison and falls over.
It just falls directly backwards on his chair, and then he's like,
Yeah, that's an important thing. Is that for until now, like like you heard Tim White speak. Now he's silent. He's like fucking Charlie Chaplin in there or something.
Yeah.
And so this continues on, where for many weeks, it's like 16 weeks, they just have this thing, like, and it ranges from like 30 seconds to maybe like 2 minutes tops, where you would go into WWE.com and they would literally say, "Oh, here is the new episode of Lunchtime Suicides." And I, being age 7, like, it's literally a thing that I don't know how to describe it. Like, I would just be this child just looking at this and be like, oh. You know? Like, how's a 7-year-old supposed to react to that? So yeah, I would watch Tim White kill himself. And he has a variety of ways of doing it. I think of these, like, the one I remember most is the one where he has this giant industrial fan, and he decides like, I'm gonna, and then it cuts to Josh, who gets a bunch of tomato juice spilled on him, and it's supposed to be like, he died by getting his fucking head shredded by a van. And then next week he's like, you got minimal injuries from that. Wow.
yeah. Every time he's just kind of fine. So on the third one, he tries to hang himself.
Yep.
Fourth one, he's in the trainer's room, and I'm sure that you, like myself, when you picture a trainer's room, you picture a room that definitely has a toaster and a bathtub in it.
Yeah. He's clothed and he goes into the bathtub that's full, and Josh goes, "Oh, you're doing that hydrotherapy? I've heard about this."
Yeah, and every time Josh has been assured that everything's all right, you know. Mr. White, I heard you have a new lease on life. Mr. White, no, Mr. White, that's not wise.
Yeah,
and Mr. White smacky Josh with the toaster and drop it in the tub, making big explodey happen.
Yeah, it was a good explosion.
In the fifth one, he tries to slash his wrists.
yeah. He gets like a razor blade out, and I'm pretty sure he slashes at Josh Matthews too, and they're like off camera.
And there's a great sound effect. Goes swoosh.
Yeah. It's a very common thing for, like, you know, even though he is the one doing this to himself and he wants to do it, he'll slash his wrists and he'll go like in extreme agony.
Before he takes that like hack at his wrist, he looks into the camera and does like a fucked up smile. Pretty good. In the sixth one, this is when they start like having a best of Tim White suicide compilation. They start recapping all the previous attempts.
Yes, yes.
This one, Mr. White pulls out tape, and Josh is like, yes, you're going to put a line of tape down on the ground to show that you're not going to cross that line. And then he pulls out a plastic bag. He hops the bag over his head, starts taping. He's like, ooh.
Yeah, it's so fast acting, and yeah, like like if I were Josh, I'd maybe like I don't know, just like try and poke a hole in the bag, but it's like let me get help.
Yeah, he's completely useless in the one where he tries to hang himself. Like he starts out like trying to hold the legs of Tim White, and then he's just like runs out of the room. It's like, no, keep holding him, dumbass. Yeah. Part 7 is noteworthy because Josh starts it off by going, "Hello, friends."
Yeah.
He's definitely been assured that Mr. White has somebody new in his life that's given him a new reason to live. It's little Timmy the goldfish.
Yeah, it's so important to own pets, Pet owners, they do not kill themselves because they have the pet to look after. And then Tim White gets this giant hulking chain, the sort of chain that they would have fucking bound Hercules with or something, and it has a brick on it, and he puts it on, and Josh Matthews goes, "What is that? Some sort of new necklace?"
Yeah. But oh no, he donkey his head in the fish tank. That's not wise. Yeah. And then there's a very convenient upward pointing camera in the fish tank.
Oh, we were just going to have this dynamic camera shot of your epic goldfish, Mr. White.
Yeah. It captures Tim White's crazed expression as the water fills his lungs. Good stuff. Part 8, Josh is like, let's watch some of your previous attempts. but they don't even have the time to do this because in this one, he just cocks a handgun and shoots. So I feel like that was like the least imaginative one.
Yeah, like no bullshit. Just
I don't know. He pulls out a different gun, shoots himself maybe. Yeah, that'll do.
Yeah. But thankfully he survives that as well.
Yeah. Part 9 is Lost Media, one of wrestling's true remaining holy grails.
Yeah, that's right.
Apparently it's him walking into traffic. But in part 10, they're here in a science lab. Science guys are sciencing up some potions to cure the disease known as depression.
And Tim White is like a fucking lab rat.
Yeah. And then Mr. White, he walks towards a very carelessly maintained sample of mad cow disease. As he picks up a glass of this substance, it moves. And then he chugs it. And he makes crazy face again, and green foam starts coming out of his mouth. That's probably my favourite one.
This was absolutely how I learned what mad cow disease was.
Yeah, just don't leave your beaker of it lying around. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I never did. QW.com.
Part 11. Josh Matthews is at a suicide prevention centre. He's taking the call from Tim. And Tim does not speak to him. He just makes crazy face again.
Mr. White, I can hear you breathing.
Strangles himself with the telephone cord.
Yeah, like they've got the proper split screen, like it is WWE Raw segment.
Yeah.
Very good.
And then Josh calls 911 for help, and he says, "Yeah, I'll hold." And the hold music is basic Thugonomics. Part 12. We're on the road to WrestleMania 22. There's one guy who wants nothing to do with that. And this is the first time they recap his prior attempts while playing. Pop goes the weasel.
Yeah. Like, literally, what the hell were they thinking? What was the reason for this?
But surely his troubles are over now, because he hit the jackpot big time last night. And he won this awesome car.
Yeah.
And here he is now, taking a tube around from the back of the car. What are you doing there, Mr. White? I got hydraulics? Badass.
You're gonna look so cool in this car, Mr. White. And he gets in the car, he's like, yeah, get this baby started.
Yeah, he puts the tube in the back window, starts the engine, which prompts Peter Gabriel's big time to start playing. And then Josh realizes that these are not hydraulics, and he just stares helplessly at the pipe. He does not remove the pipe. He's like, oh no!
This is not wise at all.
Part 13, Mr. White is meeting with his biggest fan. And Josh opens the door. Mr. White is tending to a literal fan used for temperature maintenance purposes. Oh, you got a new hobby, Mr. White? You want to show us the inner workings of your fan? Wait, Mr. White, what are you doing now?
Let's get this fan back to a temperature maintenance facility at once.
Part 14. Mr. White going to be at the Hall of Fame. He's got scratches on his face that look like shaving cuts from the time that he soaked an entire wall with his blood. White, he holds up a sign that says Hitman with an arrow pointed downwards. Wow, Mr. White, you a Bret Hart fan like me?
Bret Hart.
What's this red dot? Damn fans and their laser pens. Oh no, Mr. White, no! Ah! He was giving a signal to the hitman. He was on a rooftop. It's like, shoot here.
Yeah. As assassinations usually go. So thankfully, with 0 injuries, he survived getting shot in the head.
Yeah, he has such a thick head that he has no injuries at all. But now he's Josh's best friend. That's what Josh thinks, anyway.
That's right. Yeah, gives him a little layer, and like Josh is skeptical of it. He's like, Mr. White, does this have anthrax in it? And Mr. White, at this point, he's become a very accomplished silent film actor. So he's like not saying anything. He's like, no, certainly not. And he opens it, and it's an invite for a nice little bash at the friendly tap where it all started. And that's
celebration of life.
Celebration of life. And so Josh goes like, oh, great, I love you, Mr. White. Then he goes away, and Tim White goes, then finally all caps off.
Part. This one's over 5 minutes long.
XL edition of Mrs. Suicide.
He's at the friendly tap. Josh goes inside to see his best friend's banging party, but it's just him and Mr. White alone. But they got beer, they got hats, balloons, and they're best buds. What else do you need?
Exactly.
And then there's like a mates montage of them doing activities like playing pool and stuff and high-fiving. Josh ingests helium and says, "That's not wise," in a squeaky voice. And the lads are just in hysterics. So it's great.
Yeah. It's like it's one of those things that really makes you stop and realise the journey you've been on, you know?
Yeah. And Josh is sauce now, you know. He's had quite a few drinks. He's reminiscing about all Mr. White's attempts. He's like, that was so stupid when you dropped the shotgun.
Hey, where is that shotgun?
Yeah, he pulls out the shotgun. And Josh is like, oh, wow, awesome, let me hold it. But Mr. White shooty Josh in the chest. And he says, Josh, That was not wise. Ha, 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 ha. Josh is dead now.
Yep.
No more Josh. Josh is dead.
Josh is dead now. Oh man. Let me ask you: Did you at any point when you were watching through this playlist of Tim White killing himself, did you get like YouTube warning you that this features self-harm content and that there is help available?
Yeah.
Deary me.
So yeah, as for my analysis on this, this is back when wrestling was good before push they woke business.
I love the Attitude Era. Fuck PG era.
No, but genuinely, I think they did make this with enough like absurdity for it to be quite funny. They shouldn't have done it, to be clear. When tiny little children go on WWE.com.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, but before they went PG, it was really like this sort of like unspoken thing as them just doing like this outrageous content, but still having a very sizable child fan base.
Yeah,
It's quite a
absolutely.
quite a strange thing that just would not fly now.
Yeah, like
I also don't know why they made 16 of these. I feel like you could probably like just do like 5. But, okay.
yeah, they just kept up thinking of ideas. Like, to me, I think it feels like it has the seed of like a psychotic Vince McMahon idea, but it does feel like it kind of like takes on this life of its own, where like it's just like the .com guys fucking around, which has its charms, you know.
Yeah.
Like, I was thinking to myself, like, what if this what if like Benoit went on his big adventure during this? But then I thought to myself, this was like a month after Eddie fucking died, so I guess nothing. They just be like, we will not mention Mr. Benoit's name on this or any other program. Time for another lunchtime suicide.
So for every single one of these, I was trawling the YouTube comments because I thought if there was ever a gold mine for YouTube comments, surely this is it. And so I've got a fair few written down here. So Gaming Troller 6708 says Trump should take notes from this guy. Rick Rawlson 3146 replies and says, Orange Man bad, mommy.
Oh.
Paulie Dork says, Lumfao, I love how he dies so quick, haha. Carl C 2869 says, the Tim White skits are still funny. However, Vince and Kevin Dunn should apologize for stigmatizing mental health and depression. Period.
Wow.
Do you like it or not? I don't know. Charlie Brown 009 says, he really committed suicide. R.I.P. Something Rules said, that's what happened to Owen.
What?
That's what happened to Owen.
Oh man. They lied to
Don't
us.
question Something Rules. Fox McLeod 7055 says, in my opinion, this is completely unacceptable and tasteless. 1992 Jenks says, why did they play clown music when it shows him trying to kill himself? It's not really funny. Magic Pumpkin said, these are friggin' hilarious.
It's not really funny. Like,
Enoch Bird says, my brother tried this. Sad face.
oh god.
Matthew Smith 3078 said, as someone with depression and suicidal ideation, and a girlfriend who attempted suicide. These are gold. Pulled the swerve on you. Thought he was going to dislike it.
Wow. There you go. You know, it's a dark, dark sense of humor.
Yeah. Zero Ice Cold 7 says, "What was the point of?" Dr. Dolomite said, "Wrestling will never be this good again. Please prove me wrong." The Real 69er said, "Benoit wrote this sketch."
Foul. He killed himself later.
Christopher Jordan, 1837, says, "All these fucking pussies in the comments." Thought he was going to go on, but he just entered it. Juan Morales, 2939, says, "Is this even real?"
Yes, it's very real.
Salamander Sam, 69, says, "This is real. Tim White actually tried to kill himself."
And these are the footage of his attempts.
Yeah. Tom Bennett, 2123, said, "Did he die?" Xenahort 10 says, "Tim White saw the future and saw that they were going to push Roman Reigns." Tried to kill himself.
Classic.
Noah Johnson 9863 says, "This guy needs to be on suicide watch."
He was.
I feel like that's the guy. That's like the guy in that Jerry Springer episode where he took it like completely seriously.
Oh yeah. Tim, you need to get yourself an education.
Eunice 7879 said, "Why in the fucking world did Tim White do that?" Eunice 7879 says, "That son of a bitch." Eunice 7879 says, "Doesn't he flipping care about his family?" Eunice 7879 says, "And how did Josh die in one shot and Tim White didn't? Don't know if Tim and Josh are still alive." Eunice 7879 says, "True, Josh, that was not wise because of that dickhead Tim White."
You know, like the power scaling of Tim White and Josh Matthews is like different levels, you know.
Valentine Jules 8672 says, "Eat rat poison." Valentine Jules 8672 says, "I like when he execute himself." Valentine Jules 8672 says, "You guys keep an eye on Michael Cole. He doesn't do anything like that." Aussie Lad 5363 says, "OMG, why you wanna die?" Aussie Lad 5363 says, "OMG, I'm back, he deaf and die." Aussie Lad 5363 says, "How are you alive? Tell me." Aussie Lad 5363 says, "Oh no, he died."
Oh no.
And that's my YouTube comments.
Oh man. That like that first one about like, oh, Trump should follow this, like, so I feel like, imagine like a poster that says "Follow your leader," and instead of Hitler it is Tim White. Dwayne Evault, I know you're always on the lookout for suggestions. Please put up the lost episodes of Lunchtime Suicides by Tim White.
Yeah. We need to see him walk into those cars.
Yeah.
Josh Matthews would be like, "Are you looking to buy a new car right here on the highway?"
Yeah, we need to see him like run over by a car where like there's literally no way that his lungs are not collapsed and his torso is not destroyed, and then next week he's like, "Wow, you did not get run over at all by a car." Oh man! So
yeah, some of the best wrestling that is out there, and some of the best of the wrestling internet as well.
yes, absolutely. This is wrestling to us. This was our wrestling childhood, and now for my specific one, we first go to August 2000. Undertaker versus Chris Benoit on a SmackDown.
Is it not the? Are you not doing chronological?
No, actually, because I would have first saw the fully loaded thing after this.
Making sense.
So my first memory ever was I remember walking into the living room of our old house and seeing my mother sitting on an orange swivel chair, and I remember directly to her left would have been like something of a walk-in closet, and that was where we kept the VHS tapes, and below that was all our toys, which would have been like Hot Wheels, jigsaw puzzles, and also WWF figures. And I remember the first figures I played with would have been I don't know if you ever had these, where like they were pretty stiff figures, but you could turn their heads and they'd talk. And I had those ones.
I don't know if I did.
And I would
I had
play
the
with
ones where they had the little like metal thing on their boot.
the metal things.
Play it to the stage, and either their theme would play or a line would come out. I think.
Yeah, like the deal with Titantron. I remember because I had it. They had like maybe like I want to say like 7 wrestlers who actually had their theme set up. But obviously there was more figures that had the metal things. So if you put like fucking like Gangrel on there, like it would just play like the Raw theme. But yeah, I had those toys, and I would play with them on a very colourful picnic table made of plastic. This was the very same picnic table that, while my dad was walking around in the dark, he tripped over it and broke his leg, preceding the tragedy of September 11th. And my second memory was watching this match. And so it's the thing where I've identified as this match in retrospect, because the actual memory itself was I would have been 2, and thus it's like a flash of colours basically. But my brain's always rationalised it being this way, because what I remember in my head is something like an arm drag, and it's Undertaker wearing blue denim, the same blue denim I'd seen in his SmackDown 2 Know Your Role Model. And so when I tried to narrow it down, I was like, okay, Undertaker Benoit, I bet it's happened a lot. When it happened on SmackDown, and when was the denim blue? And it's this match. So I think it is this match that I saw when I was 2 years old. And so this episode of SmackDown, watching through it, it's hot off the heels of SummerSlam, where Undertaker, he fought Kane, his brother. Kane was good guy, but then he decided to chokeslam Taker through ring. Why do you do that, big bro? Or little bro, I forget who's older. And then Undertaker took his mask off at the SummerSlam. So there is big tension between the bros here. At this point, Benoit, he's coming off of a program with The Rock where, he would have had like what was it again? It was like a plausible deniability thing of like, oh, he won the title, but then it got reversed, and so he has that as a feather in his cap. Like, it feels like one of those things where like, oh, we're not gonna actually push you, but we're gonna do this initial thing to make WCW look really stupid, Yeah. My experience of like getting this show up was the place where like we'd get like the TV from. I'd hit my download quota. I was like, all right, fuck it, I'm gonna just go and legally consume this on Peacock. And then I get to this match, and I hear gong, dude, man, walking, and I'm like, okay, fuck this. I'm pirating, because that wasn't the fucking theme that Undertaker had at this time. It was, oh, they call me cowboy, I'm a dude with the black. It was fucking American Badass by Kid Rock. And it was a good theme for the Dead Man at this time, I think. A nice little theme. How much of this, like, this initial American Badass run have you seen?
I haven't delved into, like, 2000s TV that much. I've seen quite a few of the pay-per-views, because they have, like, quite a few classic pay-per-views of that year, don't they? I'm more familiar with the TV of, like, 01 more than this.
About the time when he'd, like, switched to Rollin', which probably is a better song for him, if I were to say. I wonder what, like, the contemporary thing to it was, because as we'll get to, like, I grew up with, like, the big evil Taker, and so when he switched back to the zombie, there was all this thing of, like, oh, I want them to be big evil again. So I wonder for, like, people who grew up with Zombie Taker, even as he evolved into, like, you're like the ministry guy and all that, like, it must have been, like, odd to just see, like, Mark come out with his bicycle. But yeah, he's here. He has, like, one vest that he takes off to reveal the second vest, a blue denim, the all-important blue denim. And so he is against Benoit in a number one contenders match. The number one contender for The Rock will be decided right here. It can only be won by pin or submission. The clean finish will happen here. And so Benoit has a big hot start, but then Taker military presses him up, and then does a big elbow drop. I get the feeling that Undertaker was not very interested in selling for Chris Benoit here, because Benoit will go for an armbar takedown, and he doesn't get it. So he goes for a crucifix, which he doesn't get. So he tries for a sunset flip, and he just gets goozled up. Like, Undertaker was like, you're a small man.
Benoit, he's just come from the enemy.
Oh shit, yeah.
I feel like that's probably it more than him being small, because it's like, you know, he had the fucking Jeff Hardy match and stuff.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but yeah, like then Benoit gets back into by Stumpy Taker's leg in the corner, chopping the big man down, and they go, now he's the same size as Chris Benoit. And then Taker, he gets his leg worked over for a good minute, and when he starts his comeback, he immediately uses that leg to do a big boot. So that's nice. And then he goes for the choke slam. Oh no, it's Kane. Oh no. Oh no. like
fucking 95 seconds in the match.
And so it's an interesting dynamic here, because Kane causes a disqualification, and Benoit is mad that Kane caused a DQ. So he's fighting Kane, and then Undertaker strip bones them both. And so Kane and Benoit decide to double team him. Then The Rock, if you smell, he sprints out and does a whole combo on Benoit to send him over the top. Kane also sent packing. Undertaker wins by DQ, but there is no contendership decided. Nothing has been decided.
Yeah. So I thought this was like they were showing decent enough chemistry, because I can't think of, like, did Benoit and Taker ever have like an extended match? Like, I can't think of one. It must have happened on a SmackDown or something.
Yeah, like maybe even a Raw around this time, because I'm sure I read about, like, other matches they had when I was trying to figure out the exact match.
Yeah, but it's not a pairing I've seen very often. I was quite enjoying it, and then Kane comes out and they do this whole angle, and yeah, what a great filler September world title angle.
Yeah,
it's like, we got a very unimportant pay-per-view coming up, and it's crazy how, like, secondary and throwaway this feels if you watch the entire episode.
Yeah,
Triple H and Kurt Angle would definitely get like 50 segments on this show.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think even the fucking European title match lasted longer than this entire segment did.
Yeah. We could have Undertaker and Benoit do a big match, but that wouldn't leave time for Triple H stomping around arguing with Stephanie McMahon Helmsley, and it would definitely mean we need to cut Al Snow saying, "I will defend this title for all of Europea." That's funny. So yeah, interesting priorities for the World Wrestling Federation. Then next up here is my personal point where I started like actually retaining memories of stuff, which is around 2002, 2003. And so next up here we go to May of 2003, where Goldberg is here versus Christian. So I remember quite vividly Goldberg's debut, like him coming out in like the biker jacket. I thought the biker jacket was like the coolest piece of attire I've ever seen. Like for me, at 5 years old, it was like the biker jacket and the police car in RoboCop. Those were the two coolest things for me at 5 years old. And I remember for a long time, because like my parents would have gotten me like the WWE magazine, I'm sure, because I had in my room a pin-up of Goldberg from his WCW days, like doing like the on the stage. And I always remember it because like it was like I think by the point I had it up, like I was used to like how he looked in Daffed, with like the two-tone stuff and all that, and it was like, this is not WWE, this is WCW, a mysterious world I know nothing of. And I had that up in my room, and so when I watched this, importantly, like I realized like the actual memory I had was of the angle to build this up, because the angle that I had in my head was that like, oh, Christian is a big green goblin wearing a green singlet that he would never wear again after this, because he immediately goes into like, the short hair look and all that. So it always stuck out to me. But then it turns out, oh, this is the follow up to the green singlet bit. So, but yeah, this Raw here opens up with Christian in a cage. He is protesting Sheriff Austin's decision to book this, because this is when Austin and Eric Bischoff are both GM, and Christian is saying, "Oh, you want me to face Goldberg, but the photographer of mine said I shouldn't show up to the photo shoot tomorrow with a murked face and body." And then here comes Austin, GM Austin. What did you think of this character here, Austin in authority role?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think especially when you have someone like Christian as a perfect foil for him. I think it was a pretty good role for him.
Yeah. Because of like maybe examples like say like Mick Foley or something like that. Like one might be like reluctant to see a wrestler in this sort of role, someone who works as a wrestler but maybe not in another role. But Austin works very well here. And
if you think about it, like it was either this or WWE just goes completely cold turkey from Steve Austin. I don't think they were ready to do that.
No, yeah.
They had to wean the audience off them a little bit.
Christian goes, but Steve, you said I was on first. Because Steve is like, what the hell are you doing here? Your match is later. And then Austin goes, actually, I was showing you this, and shows him the middle finger. How did you even interpret that as one, Christian? And then he rubs it in Stone Cold's face that The Rock beat him at WrestleMania. And then The Rock says I'm his favorite wrestler. And man, Austin gets a really good look on his face. He looks like he wants to fucking kill Christian right now. And he goes, I'm trying very hard not to lose my patience. And the crowd shouts, lose it, lose it, lose it. Christian is in the Battle Royal for the Intercontinental title. at Judgment Day. You know, the whole Katie Vick angle. People don't usually remark on this, but it did kill the Intercontinental title. And then he said, "Oh shit, that was a bad idea. Let's bring back the Intercontinental title." So, if Christian keeps up this, he'll be out of that Battle Royal. And oh my god, it's Rob Van Dam. He's entering that Battle Royal too. He will be champion, perhaps. And then there's this like fucked up thing where, you know, Austin goes, "If you want to see Christian get his little greasy ass whooped in a steel case by Goldberg, give me a hell yeah." And then RVD goes, "If you think there's only one person good enough to walk out Intercontinental Champion, give me a Rob Van Dam." And then Christian goes, "If you think Austin and RVD should get off my back, give me a Christian rules." And one detail I like is there's people like waving around inflatable sledgehammers, and I don't know how often you went onto this, but I remember back in the day going on to like shopzone.co.uk and like looking at, never buying anything, but just like looking like, wow, I can get Kane mask or World Heavyweight Championship replica. And I do remember the sledgehammers. That was a initial nostalgia thing. So, unrelated to Goldberg, but we'll quickly touch on it. They bring back the Legion of Doom to squash them.
Yeah. And
Which,
also,
like,
here's Freddie Blassie, and Eric Bischoff is going to kill him.
Eric Bischoff is going to kill Freddie Blassie. Freddie Blassie is like blabbing on about his book, and Eric is like, yeah, I don't care. But then Rico comes up to him like, "Oh, the 3-minute warning, they're so buried. Eric, can you book them goods?" And Eric's like, "Oh, perhaps you can kill Freddie Blassie." Which is the goods. But like, something I want to say about Legion of Doom is I feel like the Road Warriors were, so I'm talking like, remember when fucking Heidenreich was the new Road Warrior? I remember around that time they would have like, I would have just been like motivated to like read up on WWE.com about the Road Warriors and like their history and all that. I remember that being like a very formative thing of like there being wrestling outside of WWE, because I'd be like, whoa, they were WWF Tag Champions, AWA Tag Champions, NWA Tag Champions. All these letters, what does it mean? And, you know, just like learning about all these different things. And, you know, so they face RVD and Kane, which obviously my heart was with the Undertaker, but Kane was his brother. So I was like, I like Kane as well. And I remember being really into RVD and Kane, and later on I would like read about like, whoa, they faced the Road Warriors on Raw. That sounds like a good match. I never watched it until now for this project, and I was like, wow, what was the fucking point? They really just squashed the fuck out of them, which is unfortunate. But anyway, enough about that. Goldberg has arrived in limo, but someone's right past the door. They try to kill Goldberg, and he goes, "Hey!" And then, like, you know, Eric is interviewed about it, and he was like, "Look, Goldberg's fine. It's fine." And then Steve goes up to Goldberg in the back, very intense, like, "Did you see that driver? Don't you think you ought to get ready for your match?" And it's just very good. He really does fit better into this than, like, one might assume. And then
yeah, very very intense stare down between the two that made me wonder, like, are they trying to book this? Are they trying to get one more out of Steve?
oh yeah,
Maybe.
yeah. Like I can't recall what, like, so obviously Austin is the ref for Brock versus Goldberg in the next Mania, and I know that part of that was like, part of the build-up was tensions between Brock and Austin. Like, Austin gives him the stunner. But I wonder if maybe, like, Goldberg and Austin tensions were part of that too. Because this would definitely make you think that, like, when they do getting a program that would be brought up again. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it surely had to be in the mind, just like, you know, I bet in the sort of case of Austin, like, they're like basically always thinking of stuff in the back of their head. It's like programs to do if he gets to go ahead. And so, Freddie Blassie survives assassination. And then we go back to backstage where Christian is walking down the hallway with a chair. And this is important because in the photographic memory I have of childhood, last week on Raw, Goldberg murked the 3-minute warning, but then Christian, the Green Goblin himself, hit him with chair. Oh, damn it. And so Christian comes out to this, to a very cool theme where it's like, Christian, and then it's like not his usual theme, it's like a remix of it. And then this is like probably one of the last times that we see this sort of Christian, because so he wins the Battle Royal at Judgment Day, and then comes out in the next Raw with the short hair, as he would have for the rest of his career and life. So you know, he goes, oh, you won a cage match, Goldberg? Well, I have a steel chair, and this just isn't just any chair. No, it's not. This is the same chair The Rock beat you up with a month ago. I guess you could say this is the people's chair. So he's got this chair. And then we cut to Goldberg entering the Goldberg zone. As he comes out, Christian tries to jab at Goldberg through the door with this chair, and he drops it. And then Goldberg begins fucking murking him with the suplex and the knees. And then Christian makes a big error because he starts climbing, but Goldberg is not groggy, so he's able to go up to the cage wall and hit grapple to get him down. So the idea of this match is that Goldberg does not know who tried to hit him with a car and kill him, but he presumes that it's Christian. So he agrees, going like, "Come on, pretty boy, you want to hit me with a damn car, huh?" And you know, like, need to have a jury sort that out. Honestly, Goldberg. But then Christian, he retrieves the chair and low blows the Goldberg, and then it's mostly chair shots to the back he does, but Christian does do one headshot that fucking brains Goldberg, which is crazy. It was a pretty good headshot, I think. We get into this thing where it feels like WWE Goldberg was often trying to lengthen his match in ways that like never really seemed like, you know, it could work, but it seemed to always be like missing the whole appeal of him, where like, oh, he needs to get heat more, he needs to like sell more, and it's like, why does he need to sell for Christian at all? You know? But yeah, then like Christian, he like goes right into the cage as Goldberg comes back on him, starts bleeding, does Christian, as Goldberg shakes off the concussions, and Goldberg just like murks him on the cage wall many times. And I do like when Christian, like, he stumbles up and like he just tries to escape as if out of instinct, then he stumbles down, turns around into the spear, and then Goldberg, still looking into the camera, signals for the jackhammer and just fucking wins.
Yeah, I liked it a fair bit. Nice cathartic punishment of one of the best weaselly heels that they had at the time. Nice blade job for Christian. Yeah, it's fun.
And so, yeah, from there, Goldberg would, I would read about him not beating Triple H, and then, oh, he beat Triple H, and then he'd lose to Triple H. Oh. So,
oh man, have you seen that SummerSlam Elimination Chamber?
No, and I'm scared to because it'll make me mad.
Yeah, it's a very get mad at this match. It's like it's so sick, and then it's just like the limpest fucking dick finish you've ever seen.
Yeah, yeah. So that's an unfortunate memory. And speaking of unfortunate memories, I was a very clumsy child. There was a point where I spilled some of Scotland's native brew, iron brew, on a VHS tape. Whoopsie whoopsie. And what VHS tape was this? Fully Loaded 1998 from the WWF. And then, after that, I could never again watch Owen Hart versus Ken Shamrock in the Hart Dungeon. But thanks to the advances of technology, this privilege has been returned to me, and we can now watch it here. Not in chronological order, but this would have been something where, like, you know, while 2003 WWE is going on 2004, like, we would just pull out the VHS tape of, like, Full Load in 1988. I have this memory of, like, you know, like the sort of like watermelon / pickle that, like, they had in the logo. And, like, I think even, like, back then when I was, like, 5 or 6, I would have had, like, you know, nostalgia for this thing that I was, like, literally, like, months old for. That it was not around myself to experience, but I was still like, oh, it wasn't like not like it was back in the day, you know. And so, like, I have this nostalgia for, like, fucking, like, the DOA and Vader and, like, all these guys, literally just because I have the VHS tape of Fully Loaded, which I destroyed. And so, did you watch this whole show?
I watched this last year when we were doing the Hog Wild shit.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, because we saw all the build to that, didn't we?
Yeah, very familiar territory.
And this is just one of the sickest matches.
Yeah. One thing I do want to give a shout out to is you know, we get a true pro wrestling Nord experience of Yamaguchi-san on commentary in the opener, and wow, I thought maybe being an active heel would make him more interesting. No, he barely says anything. But yes, this is
he's on he's not on his PSP, he's on his Game Boy, that thing in 1998.
Yeah, Game Boy Color.
Yeah, Game Boy Color, playing a bit of Pokemon or Tetris or whatever.
yeah, like Jerry Lawler will be like, oh, your wife was fucked by Valvinus. He'll be like, nah, man, don't talk about that. And so, yes, the tensions between Owen Hart and Ken Shamrock are storied. Owen Hart, he broke the Dan Severn's neck. It was an allusion to him breaking Steve Austin's neck in a fake angle, except Dan Severn said, oh, he did break my neck, so oops. And now it's come to this. The Hart House in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. The Hart Dungeon, where many stars have been trained, and they've been contorted by Stu Hart. And it cuts to the Hart Dungeon. It's just a room with wood walls. Owen Hart and Dan Severn are hanging around, and then there's a shot of the door. Ken Shamrock opens the door, and he stands up at the head of these stairs, and, like, it's dark, it's not lit well, but you can see the whites of his wide open, crazed eyes as he goes, Duh! Like he does in the WWF entrance, and then comes down. Owen Hart wearing Zubaz shorts and an Owen Hart t-shirt, and then there's this is definitely a prelude to the sort of cinematic style of match where there's considered cinematography. You know, like it has a shot of Ken Shamrock mean mugging. It feels very Walker Texas Rangers to me, and then Dan Severn goes, now fight, and then you get this match underway. Where so they're on this, like, tarp. It's not even a wrestling mat or nothing. It's a fucking tarp and floor. Where Owen goes for a double leg that gets rolled over into Ken, doing a ground and pound. very good sort of like chain stuff going on here of like an armbar into a sharpshooter, then into a heel hook. And then once they stand up from that, you become aware of the environment because Ken boots Owen and he goes fucking into the fucking wall.
Yeah. This is one of the best sounding matches.
Yes, absolutely. So Owen goes into the wall and like just like rebounds off of it like that fucking sucked, and then he gets thrown around, and then Owen hits him in the dick and does an epic spinning heel kick, and then he starts doofing Ken, who's blocking. Lawler derides him for blocking, and then JR goes, "That's smart, it's what it is."
I walk fine.
And then Owen starts banging Shamrock's head into the wall, and like Jerry Lawler's
these shots look so legit.
yeah,
Crazy.
Like again, like as we say, like you know, maybe there's some way in their head they're thinking like this will minimize the impact, but you're literally just like banging a guy's head into wood. Like this is just someone's house. It's not gimmicked. And, you know, it's making such a crazy sound, and Jerry Lawler is laughing at it, and JR just goes, "Why are you laughing?" It's a great question.
Yeah, Jerry's having a blast.
Yeah. And then Owen gets whipped into the wall. As he bounces off, he grabs onto the pipe on the ceiling, hit a drop kick, and then hits a Hurricane Rana with the helmet as well. It's like wonderful, inventive stuff. And then they go over to like, you know, like this is a very small room. Like the room I'm in right now is bigger than the Hart dungeon is, and like so Ken whips him into another wall, which is where it's the rack where the weights are. And you know, to your point, I found it sounds like you hear a bunch of shit fall around, just like, oh fuck. That doesn't sound good. You know, this looks very dangerous. Just like a bunch of fucking weights falling off and shit. He's stuffing him in the corner, and then like kneels to him. And Ken tries what Owen did. He tries for the pipe runner, but Owen catches him and just fucking stuffs him on a power bomb. Where it seems like Ken Shamrock's head is the first to make contact with the floor. So yeah, and then. Oh man, like Owen then hip tosses Ken right into the pipe head first again. And for the coup de grace, he picks Ken up and drives his head through the ceiling. Oh. And then he tries to finish off with a sharpshooter. But then Ken, you know, there's a good shot of him like struggling in this. Eventually he turns into the ankle lock. Owen wriggles out. And then they're just like firing back at each other with whips and kicks, and then oh no, a high kick accidentally hits Dan Severn, and then Ken is like, oh no, I high kicked Dan Severn, and as he's contemplating this, Owen fucking murders him with a dumbbell. He's dead now. He's dead. He got hit in the back of the head with a dumbbell. And then you know, like you gotta put yourself in Dan Severn's shoes here. So imagine if like you've just been hit with a high kick, and then you come to your senses, you open your eyes and look over. Owen Hart is slightly pulling on Ken Shamrock's sleepy forehead, and Ken Shamrock going like with his head. And what else can you think but, oh my god, submission! It's over.
Yeah, very funny finish, but like seriously brutal and dangerous match. Like dangerous.
Oh yeah, like
It's got like 4 or 5 minutes maybe, but just like there's so many just like crazy moments. So just sticking each other's head through the ceiling, which must have been sort of like maybe not gimmicked, but like they knew that it was a shitty ceiling or something.
Yeah. Like it may have been soft, but like I don't know. Did Stu Hart upgrade his house to remove asbestos? Who knows? And yeah, like
I'm thinking about that's what happened to Owen. Mr. Hart, that's not wise. There's asbestos in there.
Yeah, and then Owen, in the glow of victory, goes, "You're nothing. I rule in the dungeon. I did it all by myself." Then the DX music starts to play. Yeah, like, you know, you think of like cinematic matches as being like this thing where the dangers of wrestling can be curtailed because obviously you're producing it, but like again, like that. So there are like there is editing that you can see here, like, you know, like the ref bump is like a different camera angle. You can tell they probably sort of like cobble that together, but like again, like what they shoot, there's very little I think you can do to gimmick that. It's a real house, it's real wood, real floor. It must have fucking sucked. It must have absolutely sucked to do, you know? And it's great.
Yeah.
Incredible brutality.
Yeah, one of the coolest WWE matches ever. Even with the sense that maybe the live crowd is like not exactly thrilled to be watching something on the Tron. But
yeah,
it's short enough that doesn't really become like a problem, I think.
Oh yeah, definitely. Seeing that, like, when I was very young, like it's just something that like you don't forget, you know. It's a really wonderful match, and thankfully, Undertaker does show up at Fully Loaded. The whole angle is like, oh, he has not showed up to Arena yet. If he does not, then Austin will have to team with Brooklyn Brawler. Oh. But then Undertaker does show up, and I remember that like fucking with me because like, you know, this is like already a fusion of the personae that we have seen from the Dead Man, where like he shows up in bandana, and I was like, American Badass in 1998. What? My head exploded. So yes, that was Fully Loaded there, and then it's time to come back to the present day in 2003, where my beloved Undertaker, my absolute favorite, was taking souls on SmackDown. You know what my dream was, what my dream career was when I was like 6 years old, 5 years old. I was going to become his tag partner, Undertaker's tag partner. I was going to be Bone Crusher, and I was going to be there with the Undertaker. I would defend him from Brock Lesnar, who was evil. And I had it envisioned in my head where, like, you know those Legends of Wrestling games they made?
Yeah.
So, like, my dad would have gotten me those, and I would have been playing it, and, you know, it has, like, a very exaggerated, cartoony muscle physique sort of, like, model to all the wrestlers there. And, like, I imagined myself as, like, I was going to be, like, the Bruno Sammartino model in that game, except it would be my head. I would be standing side by side with The Undertaker. And
It's not too late, Connor. It's not too late. You can help him beat up Trick Willie.
Trick Willie, you leave my Undertaker alone.
What was it he said to Trick Willie? Is like, you're a little. Oh, fuck. Do you remember the line?
Oh,
Something about his ass or something.
Oh, is it?
You're too short in the ass to be talking to me. It's something that just did not make sense.
Oh, so it wasn't like, oh, you're writing checks that your ass can't cash. Oh, let's see. You're a little too light in the ass to step to. Come on, tweet, load up. We're live here. You're a little too light in the ass to step to an OG.
An OG. What? Yes. The Undertaker.
Yeah, then he chokeslammed him while looking like he was having a heart attack.
This Trick Willie, who they've got like apparently high hopes or just like shuddering. Taker, who's been retired for 5 years. Great stuff.
Yeah.
They'll never stop doing this stuff. With Attitude Era guys, that's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, like, I remember when Carmelo Hayes got the rub from the American Badass. They both did the arm raise, and then Carmelo Hayes got booked like shit. So perhaps this will work out opposite way, where Trick Williams is now going to become the next Diesel forever. We can only hope. But yes, Undertaker. I was very happy when he won, and whenever he lost, I'd be very crestfallen. And I would think to myself, this wouldn't have happened if the Bone Crusher was there. And so we come to Taker versus John Cena. They had a big marquee match at Vengeance 2003, and here now we go to SmackDown after Vengeance, where they have a rematch of this, and this would have been one that I would have seen live, not live because it's SmackDown, but I would have seen on the TV. And so this is like definitely like my sort of peak of SmackDown as far as being a childhood thing, because this is when like like Vince McMahon is just literally Satan. And like this is probably like the, if you want to talk about WWE being like Vince McMahon's psychosexual platform for his like fucked up ideas, like this is probably one of the peaks of it, because like he is just like comically evil, and the entire show is comically evil. Like one thing is like between this and the other SmackDown that we're going to talk about, there's Zach Gowen matches on both. And I remember when I was looking up, I was looking up one of the matches to like link it in the Twisty matches in our Discord, and one of the search results that I found was like this segment of like Big Show intimidates Zach Gowen, and it was like Zach Gowen just helpless while Big Show goes like, "Urgh." It's like that's the vibe that SmackDown had. It's very evil. Like everyone who's good just gets tortured, and the evil men go like, fuck you, I'm going to kill you," and just like it's a very despairing show, honestly. And so like we're coming off of Vengeance, where Stephanie McMahon, the GM of SmackDown, has been in conflict with her father, and like it's getting very personal, and they're very often with many Stephanie storylines, Vince could be accused of being distasteful with his own daughter, and perhaps even like harboring like fucked up sexual desire for her. But now we're literally in a period of like Stephanie being like, his business associates deflowered me, and it's like, what the fuck is happening here? But anyway, she wrestled Sable in a wrestling match, and Vince was like, I will have the A-Train interfere. And so, like we first see Taker on the SmackDown, coming off of the victory over Young Cena at Vengeance. He's walking around, and Michael Cole and Taz are like, oh boy, Undertaker in action next. But wait, what is this? And it follows him as he walks in on escapades, sexual nature of Sable and Vince McMahon, and he interrupts this, and he is like, you know what, Vince, you are a motherfucker, second to A-Train on your own daughter. You just be glad, boy, that I am not your family, because if you were, I'd beat the shit out of you. And then Vince is going to respond with stuff, but then here comes Funaki. Oh no, Brock Lesnar has been permanently compromised. No. Oh. And so now go on to. I mean, like, did you watch this like whole SmackDown?
Yeah.
It was a nice wee angle he did here with Brock, where this is like his heel turn, joining up with Vince to murk the Kurt Angle. It's quite well done, but that's not what we're fucking here for. We're here for the dead man accepting a rematch despite internal injuries and profuse bleeding from the mouth. And we have here John Cena. What did you think of young Cena's rap here?
You see John Cena, his flow's sicker than AIDS patients.
Oh,
Everyone is gay except him. Taker eats his own shit.
you didn't get your hands on my python. A dead man Inc. is bankrupt, just like Mike Tyson.
Yeah, Cena rapping is one of those strange things where there's like too much nostalgia tied to it for me to like really shit on it, but it is quite bad.
Yeah, it's so weird because like you listen to like his album and he is competent at rapping,
Yeah.
but then like when he does this, like it just feels like bad slam poetry. It's almost as if like he needs like the production backing to like actually be competent, because he really doesn't sound competent when he does this. You know, it's very odd.
Yeah.
And yeah, he says, "Stick your head up your ass. You can eat your own." And he raises the mic and it says, "Shirt."
Yeah, that's the best bits when he just makes all the crowds laugh.
Yeah. Plausible deniability. You get to see like people moving the stairs out of the way so that Taker could do epic bike entrance. That's pretty good. And then there's a good grappling to start off with, where Undertaker.
It's just like picturing him like trying to maneuver around the stairs. You've done it now. You crashed into the steps.
You're done it now. You've gone and wait. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay, there we go. Gone and made a big mistake. So the Michael Cole notes that like there's it's two different styles here. There's the left and right hand style of the Undertaker and the ground and pound style of John Cena. So that'll come into play, I guess. He asks like, why does Cena keep poking fun at Taker? And then Taz is like, this is MO, bro. This is getting to his head. And Cole goes, but Taz, for 13 years, Undertaker's been taking care of business. And Taz goes, yep. And
a great team, that must be said. Great commentating.
Absolutely. Like there's just something where I think Taz is always at least a funny commentator, if not a great commentator, like depending on the partner and the environment. And like I think he really brought the best out in Michael Cole, like as far as chemistry goes. You get like some great Taz where like he, just like expounds upon like Taker gets a submission on, and Taz like Taker's got the can't really see from this angle. There it is. That's a key lock. That's that mixed martial arts style. It's very good. It's funny because obviously Undertaker soon becomes the zombie again. So this feels like a rare thing where he's working the arm and he's milking the crowd to see old school. They're like, "Oh, you want to see me walking on ropey?" And they're like, "Yeah!"
Yeah, people fucking love old school, man.
Yeah. And it's interesting. So we talked about this whenever we played WrestleMania 19, where obviously this one of Undertaker's moves where it's the fake old school, where he's doing the arm stuff but he doesn't actually do it. And in the games, it's just an arm drag. But in this, it looks so much more effective because it's like he does all that stuff and then he lifts you up and then that's like a submission. It looks torturous. It looks fucking gnarly. just like fucking hyperextending the arm, just looks absolutely fucked. And then this is basically for the first part it's almost like a heel in peril thing. He's just beating the fuck out of John Cena, and Taz is even in disbelief because he's like he won a vengeance. There's no revenge to be had, and then eventually the tide turns when Undertaker does a superplex. And they'd been talking oh, there's no sign of his internal injuries, but the superplex makes him go "Ah!" And now he's got internal injuries. Something that we'll get into with the next match as well. Undertaker at this time, he's really perfected the art of exhaustion cell, just looking like he's absolutely going to die right this second, and then it kind of becomes a sort of wounded fox thing where Cena will just be beating fuck out of him, but then Taker will catch him when he gets too overconfident. Michael Cole will be saying Undertaker re-injured the ribs during the superplex, and then he says that maybe 3 times, and then Taz in quiet exasperation goes how many times are you going to say that? I think that's the thing about it. It's so much of Taz feels ad-libbed. It doesn't matter if you're chatting in his ear. He's just going to say what he's going to say. I really love when they're duking it out with each other, and Cole notes how each right hand Undertaker throws is tearing up the insides. A great supplement to the grappling going on. Eventually, Cena gets him on the grounds and pounds, but then Taker does the fucking body scissors to reverse. This is freaking UFC now. And then I love when Taker sends Cena to the corner. Cena bounces off and is stumbling around, and Taker does no momentum standing clothesline. It looks fucked, just really stiff. And then Cena avoids the last ride, but then a ref bump. Oh no, he hit the choke slam, but no ref. Oh my god, it's the A-Train! Oh no, the pump kick! Cena's dragged over and the ref counts 2! And A-Train can't believe it. And Taz goes big time intestinal fortitude. And at this point, Taker is spitting up blood. He looks like absolute death. And then he goes for the tombstone, but it gets reversed into the FU. And I think it's an important thing, the fuck you, where the interference is a turning point. It's an important thing, but Cena's the one who plungers the blade. He still gets the kill by himself. And so he does get the win off of that. And the question is, was it Vince who ordered Albert to do this? We don't know.
Probably.
But yeah, there's so many matches that get the what a big win this would be treatment, and you get so used to that just being a thing said, and this is the one time I actually went through with it where yeah, this is a big win for Cena, and it felt like it, and it's not too long before Survivor Series when he turns face and just begins from there to become one of the top guys. So a really fun match, and very good memory.
Yeah, very fun. Pay-per-view length TV match here.
Yeah.
SmackDown is unrecognizable from 3 years ago.
Yeah, God, that's right. Oh man.
It's a pretty fucking great era. I feel for obvious reasons, Biker Taker is probably associated with his burials, DDP and Chronic and shit. But from time to time, it really worked out for Jeff Hardy looking amazing in defeat in that ladder match. Cena here, I really liked the match that they had at Vengeance, which I've seen before as well.
Yeah.
Very, very good match. Okay, now here is Jamie Noble, Nydia Tori, and Mr. Ass having a match. absolute fucking whiplash.
Yeah, I liked when like Jamie and Nydia get into it. They take a steamy shower where they fuck, and then they come back into the whole time Tori Wilson's just been sitting around drinking wine. It's pretty good. Like you know something? I didn't recall A-Train interfering in this match, and so I think this makes it better now because I remember at the time thinking like, oh no, through his own power, John Cena has defeated my Undertaker. But now I know, actually, it was because of the A-Train. Undertaker's still strong.
And that's why the next pay-per-view, it's going to be the A-Train and John Cena. This is the Undertaker and the Bone Crusher.
Yeah, we will kill the A-Train. And so then we come on to Undertaker versus Brock Lesnar and that big show. It's some months later now, and SmackDown it's just become like an absolute hellhole. Stephanie is no longer the general manager because Vince himself beat her up in a match and caused Linda to throw in the towel. Incredibly perverted, and then Undertaker, he was facing Brock Lesnar in a biker chain match, and then I think it's crazy how it'd be one thing if it's like, oh, Vince cost him the belt in the biker chain match, but then Vince has this whole opening promo where it's like, oh, who do you think it was that sent the FBI out there? Ha ha ha. And who do you think it was that turned out the lights? Ha ha ha. And who do you think it was that, there's layers to this, you know? And it feels very overbooked. But then, you gotta think of a new GM. And the new GM is Paul Heyman. And so, they are giving each other a twisty in the ring. But then Undertaker stomps out with his boobs to interrupt this, and he is going to kill Vince, but Vince goes out the ring. He's going to kill Paul Heyman, but Paul Heyman's like, wait, no, I will book you in handicap match, and if you win, you get any match you want. And Undertaker, he's really feeling himself here. He's removed the the flag on the mic. He's touching the nose. And this is just peak powers Undertaker here. So yeah, he gets booked in this match. Very disadvantageous. And later on, Vince McMahon is up in the skybox. And again, for basically the whole year now, Vince McMahon has been a terrorist. Been a terrorist from hell who is satanic in nature. He just assaulted his own daughter on pay-per-view. And the commentators are like, this guy, I cannot defend this. This is despicable. But then he's up on the skybox watching Sky Too Hottie and Rikishi. And he's dancing. And they go like, huh, look at Vince McMahon dance. And then, as he's dancing, oh no, it's the Undertaker. He bursts in. And then he goes you better hope I win this match. His voice is cracking a lot, or else I'll kill you. So Vince is duly warned, and the story of this, the thing that you keep trying to say is well, obviously he's going to go for another title shot against Brock Lesnar, and so you think to yourself, yes, that must be it. And so now this match begins. What did you think of this presentation here where it's Vince up in the skybox, and so they have all these shots of him overlooking the proceedings? What did you think of that?
That was definitely funny when there's the comeback of Rikishi and Scotty Too Hottie, and they're doing the dance. It pans up. Vince do it too.
Yeah.
And yeah, Paul Heyman really. The match was supposed to be the world's greatest tag team against Los Guerreros for the tag titles, but he decides to change that up and book some worse matches.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, I love Rikishi and Scotty 2 That's a cool team.
Yeah.
The Bashams. God.
The
Jim
Bashams.
Cornette. I don't like the Bashams.
God, like just thinking about like all those like grievances Jim Cornette had about like I was going to book Danny Basham in a hair match, and then Johnny U said cut your hair, and I'm like fuck off, motherfucker, and like just thinking about like oh yeah, that had to happen so that he could get whipped by Dominatrix on SmackDown. There's a lot of skybox shots here. It makes me like think like, man, imagine see the whole WWE show from this sort of angle, like a hard cam thing. But we do not. We just get the occasional things. Bork and Big Show, they are both like pointing up to him like, "Hello, boss, you the man." He points back like, "Ah ha ha, yes." And then Undertaker and maybe one of his last Spiker entrances because. I think so. Like Survivor Series is his last one. I don't think he actually uses the bike there. I think he just like walks, and he gets the night off the week after. And I know this because that's a whole thing about like that one like fucked up Vince promo. You know, it's like you don't understand. Terrorists are gonna kill Undertaker's house. Because Undertaker's got a night off, and so this might be his last ever bike entrance, and what a bike it is. He rides it and then gets off. Yay. And so this match starts off with Big Show driving him into the corner. They try to gang up on him, do Bork and Show, but then Taker soup bones him and then takes a powder, grabs a chair to run them off. So holding his own here is the Taker. And then Bork tags in, and Cole once again says, I have to imagine he'll be against Brock if he wins this. And then Bork murky the Takey. He knee lifts him, but then Taker comes back for a big punch, and then a big vertical suplex. And then Show comes back in. I really like the sort of like gradual tease of like, you know, the clotheslines, and Show going like, oh, and then eventually Taker takes him down with that big flying clothesline that he always does. Show eventually chokeslams him, bounces against the ropes, Brock tags in, and then Show is up top because Brock wants to try a spike pile driver. But then Bork is taken out of the mix, and then Undertaker hits an honest to God SmackDown Chew chokeslam off the top rope, and I love just like the excitement of it, where like they'd really conveyed like this is basically an unwinnable match, but maybe Undertaker can do it. And then like he chokeslams and goes for the pin. He's like, whoa, I can't believe this, he did it! Wow! And then oh no, Paul Heyman come out and say it to utter free falls. Yeah. And so you know, then the second fall begins.
Heyman, you devious bastard, mate. The twisted genius mind of Paul Heyman.
Yeah, I remember when I was watching this at 5 years old and like thinking like, why? Why? This is not fair. And so second fall begins. Undertaker is game for it. He punches Bork, and then Heyman's watching now on the ramp, and big boot and leg drop for two. Show cuts him off outside and then headbutts him. Undertaker's bandana is off, and then they're up against the barricade. Taker ducks a charge, sends him over the barricades. Then Bork also sent over the barricades, and holy shit! Ding ding ding! Count out. And so this
Giant Baba smiles.
King's Road. And so this creates a pattern of like Undertaker wins. You've done it now. No, stop that music. Just like fucking like 4 times. And so the whole thing is that Heyman goes like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Vince. I can't believe I did not do this. No countouts." And to me, I think he could have just said like, "This is a hardcore match," but instead makes it a no countout match. Big Show immediately hits him with a chair. DQ. You've done it now. Actually, no DQ as well. You know.
Yeah, it's a really laboured way to do this. Much like a lot of Heyman's career in theory.
Yes.
Just get to the fucking point. Do you remember that fucking Shane O'Mac was going to start SmackDown Live?
Yes.
He's feuding with Stephanie. AJ Styles and Roman Reigns were having this really cool match, but they just had to come out like one after the other, like 3 times, and just like totally hurt the flow of it and be like, "Actually, we've decided, blah blah blah." Shut up. Only in WWE do you get this fucking shit.
Yeah. The McMahon's a net loss for humanity, I feel.
Yeah.
And so
quite a farcical match.
And so they get back into it now with no DQs, and so Taker's selling on the outside after a body shot, but he grabs his bike chain. He gets thrown into the ring, and he murks Brock with it, and then murks Big Show with it, and then wins. He wins off of that, and finally, there's nothing that Heyman can do. Vince is powerless, and Undertaker has finally won.
I was thinking, like, he's taken it this far. He could have been like, "Actually, no bike chains allowed. Actually, this is a Taker loses match." I think that's not there, Paul Heyman.
DQs are back on.
Just a dynamic rule set.
And so, 2 falls.
Undertaker does something that hurts his opponent. He will be disqualified.
Undertaker pulls out the chessboard and makes them in one. You've done it now. And so immediately they're on him. Chokeslam by that Big Show. Leg drop by that Big Show. F5 right into that post. Very gnarly. And then Vince goes, "Well, congratulations. I'm going to come down and personally congratulate you." And so he starts doing the Shield entrance. And Taker is flailing about, dying. The refs around him, he don't want no help. And this is what I remember as being a very vivid thing of like seeing my hero, The Undertaker, in agony, grimacing, vulnerable. And it's stuck in my mind. It's like, oh, what's happened to my hero, The Undertaker? And so Vince goes up to him, "I'm talking to you." And then Taker is grimacing. We're like, and then Vince goes, "You'll never be the WWE champion." And then Taker, he gets the mic put to his mouth, and he goes, "I'll have my revenge. The Blizzard's Survivor Series. The match is buried alive." And then Vince goes like, "Well, isn't that wonderful? Isn't that wonderful? Brock Lesnar is going to bury you alive." But then Taker grab Mike off of him, and then he stumbles to his feet. He looks so fucked. "You got it all wrong, Vince. Brock Lesnar's not my opponent in Survivor Series. You are!" Whoa. And then he starts laughing, which I'm not used to Undertaker laughing.
I did think it was like funny that Vince is like, "Haha, I am taunting you, Undertaker. Anyway, I expect you'd like to face somebody who isn't me."
Yeah, so like I think like this time around, like there's a lot of seams to this that one can see. Like for one thing, the whole bike chain finish is like, oh, I'll grab this really loud bike chain and Big Show will not notice it. Or like, you know, as you say, the laboured thing of like the restarts and restarts. all of that could be like improved upon to make it a better flowing match. But like, for me, it's a childhood classic for me. Like I'll never forget like watching it and just like the emotional investment I had and the injustice being put on Undertaker, and then the epic turnaround of like, aha, I will kill you now, Vince. Yay! And then I was so sad
this is childhood matches after all. All these critiques don't matter because when we were young, we had smooth brains. We go, whoa.
Yeah, I can understand like this match if you're a fucking idiot child. And yeah, I was very sad when I read about Survivor Series 2003 when Kane betrayed his brother Undertaker and buried him. And
That's
then
fucking out of order.
I know, yeah. And then when he came back at WrestleMania, I was like, oh, he is dead, man. What the fuck? Where is Bake? Where Bake? So, that was unfortunate.
And you turn your back on the Takey?
Oh, I sure didn't, because I remember one thing I remember from 2004 is, I may have told you this before, I remember watching a SmackDown, it was after SummerSlam, and Bradshaw was on the television with the title, which means that Undertaker didn't beat him, and I started crying tears of rage. So yeah, that was like 5 years old. Now on to 12 years old, because I first fell out of love with wrestling in 2007. It wasn't because of Benoit. Unrelated to Benoit, I tanked that information the same way I tanked the lunchtime suicides. It just kind of happened. And then the way I fell back in love is in summer 2009. My dad called me over because he's turned TV to Sky Sports 3, where Batista and Chris Jericho were in the ring together. That would have been when Batista guest hosted Raw while he was injured, and he had this segment of Chris Jericho, and he was like, my dad was like, wow, look at Chris Jericho, he's still around. And thinking about it, like 10 years later, 10 years later, when he sees AEW Dynamite on the TV, he's like, wow, Chris Jericho, he's still around. And so from there, I kind of started getting back into it a little bit. And I think the thing that really tethered me to it was, I remember, so I was looking up Chris Jericho stuff on Google Images, and I found this thing that links to 420chan/woo, the image board, and like I started illegally using it while being 12 years old. I formally apologize for not following the age restriction rules of 420chan.
Don't get him, Steiner. He's sorry.
And so that let me keep up with more, because it was a place to see the news and opinions and stuff, place to bounce off of. And like I remember on Woo, they would have discussion about non-WWE wrestling, like a containment thread for Japan and stuff. I also remember seeing like this one GPG of Tanahashi from back then, and it's like, people like discussing like, oh, fucking the All Japan booking is out of order in 2009. And since it was the back end of 2009, Bryan Danielson was finishing out his Ring of Honor run. He was a hot topic on there because, like, I remember, so SGW was a thing that people kept up with as much as they could, and they ran Caval versus Bryan Danielson. So Bryan Danielson versus Loki happened in Florida in front of like 8 people in a studio, and so there was a great deal of cynicism and resentment that people had as far as like how he was going to be in WWE. And I, as like a very impressionable young smark, without having ever watched Ring of Honor in my life, let alone a Bryan Danielson match, I took on this. I was like, yeah, they're gonna book him bad. Oh, I hate the WWE. You know? Like, I remember a common joke was like, you know, because like obviously as I say, FCW is around, people are very privy to the renamings already in FCW, and so they're like, oh, I bet they're going to call him like Dirk Dickbutt. And so, you know, then eventually ECW dies, and in its place is birthed NXT, the reality show that fucking sucked. And wow, what's this? Daniel Bryan, mentored by The Miz? What the fuck? What the fuck? The Miz is not work rate. This is bullshit. And so, right enough, it was bullshit. Because I remember I would watch NXT on the television. They used to air that shit on the television, NXT Season 1. And, like, basically, like, because everyone remembers that Daniel Bryan was buried on there. Like, Michael Cole was going, this guy's a goof, he's a nerd, he doesn't watch TV, he's a piece of shit. But they were doing that to everyone. They were literally doing that to every single rookie. No rookie looked good on NXT Season 1. And, you know, obviously Bryan was the one that people cared about. One I cared about, especially. And so, it was rough. It was rough. But, then I remember, you know, stuff like this match we're gonna discuss here, Batista versus Bryan, it's sort of a theme of Bryan's WWE run, where it's like the stuff that keeps you on the hook. You know, the little bit you need to just like keep suffering, you know, for years through like all the bad booking and terrible shit. So yeah, we come here to a 2010 Raw. It is 2 weeks after Extreme Rules 2010. And so you don't have much experience of 2010 WWE, would you?
No, not really. Seen like the Rumble and WrestleMania.
Right, yeah.
What about it?
Yeah. Batista at this point is like going through a really good heel character. The way it happened, I remember, was that like at Bragging Rights 2009, there was this fatal four-way for the world title where he lost it. And obviously, since Rey Mysterio was also in the match, Rey Mysterio was working towards Batista not winning the match. And they have this interview afterwards where, you know, like, oh, they're best friends. You know, like, yeah, they bonded after Eddie Guerrero's death, like, best friends forever, you know? And then Batista, it's this incredible horror. It's like I'm tired. I've had my friend stab me in the back. I'm not playing right. I'm gonna rip your head off. And just blares the shit out of him. Oh, it's fucking, it's delicious. And he goes like, you're supposed to be my friend! And from there, like whatever dirts there were of Batista are silenced, because he just like, his character like just flourishes in this environment where like by this point, he has like a spotlight that he always insists on. Because, like, it's all about him. And his promos are delicious, too. Like, here on this episode of Raw, he's coming off of, he's still in this feud with John Cena. And in Extreme Rules, they had a last man standing match, which John Cena creatively won by duct taping his legs to that post. And it was an instant, legendary meme, whatever you want to call it, on Woo and elsewhere, of Batista recapping that and going, stoop that low. Duct tape? Are you serious? And just like incredible work. And so, you know, the previous week he had won the number one contendership against Sheamus and Orton. So they don't say this at the top. This is all exposition by Batista of going like, oh, what's this? We have more games now? A beat the clock tournament? To decide the stipulation, and my opponent's The Miz, which is quite well done. And then, Sheamus comes out to say, hey, instead of that, you should face me. And Batista's like, no, you lost. Sheamus to me as well is quite an important figure because I saw him win the title live at TLC 2009. That was like when I started getting into borrowing my parents to buy pay-per-views. And I stayed up late at night to watch him accidentally push Cena through a table. It's a very good moment. But that is not the one that we are looking at here. Instead, The Miz comes out and he says, I have a doctor's note. That means I cannot wrestle. I would love to wrestle you, Batista, but I have this doctor's note that says I cannot wrestle. You see, it goes on for 2 more minutes like that.
His doctor's note says doctor's note in large text.
And Michael Cole's like, and so he says, instead of me, I will have you face my NXT rookie, Daniel Bryan. And
yeah, luckily for Batista, there's an even crappier wrestler than The Miz.
yeah, and Michael Cole is immediately like, oh, Miz has just made this very easy for Batista. This guy, Daniel Bryan, 0-9 at NXT. Fucking piece of shit who should die. And then, Bryan gets in the ring. Miz is going like, Bryan, try not to lose in 30 seconds while you're... And then Bryan snatches the mic away from Miz and says, fuck you! I'm gonna make Batista tap out! And it's like, oh, fuck. Like, it feels like...
you are small. Shut the hell up, small dweeb man.
You are a small man from the independent scene. That ain't worth a cup of coffee over here in the big leagues. And yes, it's like it feels like such an uphill battle of like actively battling against like the bad feelings, where like, oh man, that was badass from Bryan Danielson. Oh, this is so fucking shit. And that's the story for like at least 2 years more. And so the story I always heard of this match was that Batista was told this was just going to be basically what it looks like at the beginning. Bell's going to ring, Batista bomb, and that's it. But he went, hey, Bryan Danielson, good wrestler. I will give him some offense. And so he gives him some fucking offense. Batista bomb is countered into ankle lock. He said he was going to make Batista tap out. He might do it. And then he rolls out, comes back in the ring, and murks Bryan in the corner. But then Bryan reverses a whip into the other corner into a sleeper hold. And then Batista gets out of that, hits the boot. And I do like the, like the whole psychology of the beat the clock thing where he's always looking at the clock as Batista. He's very anxious about the clock. And then Bryan gets whipped in, takes a hard bump, and then he puts the boots up on a charge, puts on the guillotine, and gets thrown over heads, where Batista then sends him to the outside. Batista throws him back in, and Batista goes, Jack Evans sends his regards, and flip bumps him! Bryan starts coming back. He's got really good forearms and a boot, but then Batista cuts them off. And then again, Batista's looking at the clock, and Bryan catches him off guard. And oh my god, he's got the fucking crossface on. And the crowds are kind of like, yeah, do it. And then, a rope break from Batista. Bryan is feeling it, but then Batista kicks his knee out of his knee. And then a spear and Batista bomb for a 5-minute just about match where Batista very generously shows that Bryan Danielson is in fact a very good wrestler.
Yeah, it's a good competitive 5-minute match, which makes the truly disdainful presentation a bit easier to digest.
Yeah,
Bryan's hope spots are great. Batista's fucking fantastic. I haven't seen him as a top heel all that much. I've seen I was associating with him giving Triple H the thumbs down, and then he gets that entrance where there's the machine gun, that's what I think of with Batista, but yeah, he's brilliant here. He got so much heat during his promo. I was like, damn, what a good start to Raw. 2010 Raw good? And then I watched the rest of the episode.
Yeah, it wasn't
really.
No, it wasn't really good. No. Yeah, like it feels like it was like a daring sort of step for Batista, because I feel like he probably could have just like maybe kept being like the same sort of guy, but he like really varied up his presentation, and it really paid off. Like when he returns in 2014, it's meant to be the babyface going into a Batista versus Randy Orton WrestleMania main event. It's one thing, but when it's not working, he pivots effortlessly right back into this sort of echelon, and immediately, because like that, I think that was like the last hurdle of like people not being on board with Batista. It's like that run where like he was fucking up the Bryan push, but then he pivots, and then everyone immediately, like by the time he leaves, people are like, no, do not go and star in incredibly successful movies and franchise, but yeah, it's a really great presentation, and
good actors. You seen Knock at the Cabin?
No, I've been meaning to, because I've heard
very good.
Yeah, I've heard from a lot of people
he's amazing.
Yeah, just like a really great like presentation here from Batista, and it feels so fucked up. Like I'm just thinking about how like Michael Cole is calling this guy a piece of shit, Daniel Bryan, but then during the match, you're just going like, oh, submission from Bryan, he could get him. Oh, Bryan's really showing something here. And then like, the next week or next he's like, oh, what a piece of shit, lost to Batista, fuck off, kill yourself, Daniel Bryan, piece of shit, fuck off, independent piece of shit, not WWE.
There's not like a sense of him gaining the respect. It's just back to square one.
Yeah, exactly. And like it literally, like there's plenty of things that like were disregarded same that I think like are worth like reevaluating, divorced from like the contemporary context. But I feel pretty confident that like this becoming Michael Cole for like a solid year and a half is pretty solidly like dirt worst shit. Because I remember it getting so bad that like it'd literally be like, I remember there was a SmackDown where Bryan comes out and starts cutting a promo, and Cole is literally talking over it. Like Bryan would go like, okay, and he'd go, okay, nerd. And it's like, I could not stand it. And I don't think I could stand it today. Like, it was just absolute, like, insane shit.
Yeah, so something happened to Michael Cole after Taz left, man. Something bad.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Taz is laughing it up with Mike Tenay in the best period for TNA. So yeah, that was their childhoods there. A lot of suicides, a lot of nice grappling, and like stuff that influenced our taste to this very day, I think. No matter how much I explore wrestling, how much I end up supping off of this cultural feast of this sport, it always like goes back to what like got you in as a child. Like you never go too far from that like basic instinct of like what grabs you as a child. So I see, what I see in this, I see in like Japan, Mexico, like any old place, because pro wrestling, it appeals to that very instinctual thing in your heart, and so you can never be too far from it, from your childhood.
I've tried to abandon this shit twice, and it doesn't stick. I keep coming back like a scolded dog.
Yeah, this is what happened to Owen.
That's what we think of our childhoods. What does oh great machine, oh wise grapplometer, what saith thee on our childhoods?
Grapplometer, please judge our lives right now.
Hold on, let me just take the pacifier out of the grapplometer. Free. Wow, free. Thank you, grapplometer.
Wow.
Here's your pacifier back now.
Uh-oh, it sounds like someone needs a burping. So, yeah, that was our childhoods. And now we have the whole world ahead of us. Whole life ahead of us. And what shall we spend this life doing? What is next?
Okay, so this could go two ways, right?
Okay.
Because we've got one in the vault, which I assume will be posted in August. We're doing about one a month at this rate.
Right.
And then this one I would assume would probably drop around September. So that maybe means October. Halloween Havoc time.
Oh-ho! Yes.
So
yes.
I was thinking of putting up a poll. I think we decided between 92, 95, 97, and the 2000 editions of Halloween Havoc. So I'll like screenshot the cards, put them all in a poll on that Twitter. See what the listeners.
Yes, good idea. Good idea. Yes. Yeah.
And if we do happen to post like more than one a month, then the ROH show where they boo Jeff Hardy.
Oh shit. Oh man. Let's see, when was that one? ROH booing.
That was Death Before December 2003.
Wow.
So the Halloween Havoc could be next, and then ROH will follow it in November, or maybe ROH is next. Depends how quick we get around to the stuff, but I'm kind of busy, so
yeah.
So I reckon it'll be one a month still.
Yeah, I would definitely assume that. So,
yeah.
Wow, yeah. Okay.
So that's the next 4 months of our lives planned out.
Yeah. Jimmy Bauer, too edgy. Chris Lovey, please return. And yeah, so...
And then December will be fucking some Christmas shit. So 5 months planned out. Great.
Yeah, non-specified Christmas entertainment. So yeah, there you have it. The power is in your hands. You can vote on what Halloween Havoc we choose. And remember, when you cast your votes, we will be watching the entire previous month of television. Please consider that. Please consider that. Make it a good one. But yeah, and then Death Before Dishonor, just in time for Guy Fawkes night. Unbelievable. Yeah, so another episode in the bag, and as ever, we are on the social media platforms. We're on the Twitch and the YouTube. At time of recording, we have recently seen off Test. He lived a life full of many accomplishments, but he died.
And now he died.
And we shall never forget him. How is it he died again?
Blunt force trauma. All those falls off the SmackDown fist. The doctors told him, no fist next week. And he's like, fuck you.
Oh, no fisting next week. Oh dear, that will not go for test. And so yes, we just did that, and we're on to playing for SmackDown versus Raw 2011, which has its own cavalcade of bullshit, and always like open to like other games. James Bond, Crash Bandicoot, you fucking name it, we're playing it. And as well as that, we're on the YouTube putting up highlights of our Twitch streams, shorts of that podcast with video accompaniment, all that, and a bag of chips. And
we got a brand new Discord channel. You can join it if you want. It's in our link tree.
It's in our link tree. And we have plans to do, not it's going to be sharing sometimes, just a wee watch along, such as, Untitled WWE Mid-South Show number 127.
Yeah, I don't know if it will always be like IWA Mid-South. I'd like to do these like once a month or something. I don't know if it will always be the IWAMs, but I thought like there's so much IWAMs, like they made so fucking much of it that it's not going to pop up in our podcast all that often.
Yes,
but I miss it.
Yes,
I miss these shows with no stakes that have a rolling hard main event.
Yeah, like they're like it's hard to think of a context other than just like putting something on where you'd like finally get through all of this shit. I remember like after I made the big downloads, I was like, oh, let me start from the first one, and I was like midway through like a headbangers match. I was like, it's a tall task.
Yeah.
So yeah,
but we'll have the support of other people to get us through. Adam Gooch openers or whatever the fuck.
Yes, support of other people.
I think the one that we picked out has like double Danny Daniels.
Double Danny Daniels. Yes, that's right. Yes, we'll have the support of other people who will then recommend that we watch Chris Hero versus CM Punk as well.
I'm overruling that. That's a pay-per-view webby show. or a podcast webby show, I should say.
Yeah. I was just like...
Maybe we watched the one in Striggerland.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I loved it, like, they recommended, that Iron Man match, and then I found an Iron Man match.
Yeah.
It was in Germany. But, yeah. So many ways
Name an opponent. Chris Hero probably had an Iron Man match with them at some point.
Sid Scala. So many ways you can interface with official Grapply, and we're thankful for all the patronage that you bestow upon us. And so next time it shall be Halloween, probably.
Halloween, probably. Oh, Gabe.
Oh, Gabe. Oh,
Gabe.
And whether it is Gabe or whether it is Ghost, you must always have a piece of toast, which comes from bread.
I'm a man who don't complain about the weather or the rain. I find it makes no difference anyway. Now I have but one regret that I haven't mentioned yet. It's all about the bread we get today. I can get myself a nice lobster or a nice broad apron crab. When I'm a little bit hungry, a nice little herring I've had. I can get myself a nice mushroom to go along with eggs in bed. I can get myself a nice mother, but I can't get a nice loaf of bread. No more you can. I'm a discontented man, and I don't quite understand That's why I put this question up to you. In the world we live today, can you come to me and say just why they make the bread the way they do? I can get myself a nice turkey or a nice soul duck as well. Where there's chicken and gravy, they're the most exciting smell. With a pin I can tickle and winkle, but just like I have said, I can get myself a nice funeral, but I can't get a nice loaf of bread.